Hello, hello. How are y'all doing today? Per dying of ligma is it terminal? The white void where I put my little thoughts and feelings. All right. One second. I got to plug in my phone and then we will start. Okay, now I'm ready to start. Okay. So, this is probably one of the more unserious episodes of the Inferno. We've usually discussed some pretty heavy things, but today we're talking about fandoms. Specifically fandoms and their evolution into hatedoms. Today, we will be doing a case study of Steven Universe, Voltron, Legendary Defenders, or is it just Defender? I don't know, it's been a while, and Homestuck. This will be on the test. This will be on the test. Before you ask. You should be able to hear me. I was muted for a second while I went to go plug my phone in. Cringe dumb. I might be cringe, but I'm free. I'm free, baby. All right. So let's define our terms. A fandom is a portmanteau of fan and kingdom. It's widely understood to be a dedicated community of people that love a piece of media. Fandoms are typically identified by groups of people who share transformative works such as meta, fanfic, fan art, etc., with one another. Okay, I think that's a pretty good definition of fandom. So portmanteau of fan and kingdom, it's widely understood to be a dedicated community of people that love a piece of media. Fandoms are typically identified by groups of people who share transformative works such as meta, fanfic, fan art, etc. with one another. Being a fan does not mean you are in a fandom. I think that is a pretty important distinction. So like I enjoy Marvel. I enjoy some of the Marvel movies, not all of them, but some of them, but I wouldn't say I'm in the Marvel fandom. Whereas I would definitely say that I'm in like the Evangelion and um the Kingdom Hearts fandom. And back in the day, I was really into the Harry Potter and Voltron and Homestuck fandom and Steven Universe fandom. Like, those are all fandoms that I've been in, right? Crimbles? Is that what we're calling my fans now? Yeah, we're only going to use. I'm going to look at these three. This is what I'm going to present. And then when I get to the call in section, if you guys have an example of a hatedom that you noticed or a fandom that you were in that devolved into a hatedom, I want to hear other examples. But for now, I'm going to present a case study on these three fandoms. All right, so what is a hatedom? Um, a play on the term fandom, what was once a community of a beloved piece of media has devolved into resenting said media or the creators. Most intercommunity interaction involves complaining, critiquing, and in general, destructive reactions. Let's say destructive reactions to said piece of media. Per Pretty Cure. I love Precure. I'm not in the Precure fandom, but I've seen a couple of the Precure anime. Actually, I think I've only watched one to completion, but I really liked Precure. All right. Show. Let's start. I mean, I guess we've already started, but let's get into the meat and potatoes of it. I've taken a couple notes already, priming for this. So let me just open my little note. So here's my sort of thesis. What happens, why fandoms will turn to and hatedoms, and what makes fandoms, or what makes a PC media prime to sort of evolve a fandom into a hatedom is that um, you have to have widely beloved piece of media. Something changes. Eventually, the media cannot live up to expectations. All right. I think that Anti-Raylos are interesting. I wouldn't call myself an anti-Raylo, but like I think Raylo is a stupid pairing. Oh yeah, the Acolytes review bomb. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, so let's look at the life cycle. So what happened to Steven Universe? I think when we get down to the essence of Steven Universe, is that Steven Universe started out. It started out as sort of this cute cartoon for children. You know, a little strange, but mostly small stakes. So that's kind of how Steven Universe started. Let me pull up a little. Let's turn off the music for now. Steven Universe. Actually, let's get this page. Yeah, sure. All right. Another interesting topic is how fandoms, especially on modern platforms, are suffering for what is basically fast fashion, where they rise and fall in barely 4 months. That's a whole other thing. That is a whole other thing. It's the way that trends decay so quickly because everybody basically consumes it as much as they want and then moves on to the next thing. In some spaces, we call that flavor of the month, or FOMT. There's never any music? Oh, that's good. Thanks, Paige. Dead air all the way. What? Are you serious? Mm. uh, that sucks. Uh, I'm embarrassed. So much dead air. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to be thinking about that the whole stream or anything. Ah, it's fine. It's okay, guys. It's okay, guys. Thanks for the subscription, Strawberry Milk. There was nothing but the little kitty on screen. Okay, I'm just gonna take myself out back and hold the yeller myself in Minecraft. Ah! Alright. So yeah, Steven Universe. Cute cartoon for children, a little strange, but mostly small stakes. Um Big female presence. Female and well, the queerness I find was very subtextual. Big female presence, queerness, subtextual early on. Okay, so that was like um, the first kind of uh, impression of Steven Universe, I would say, by the general public. Something that I noticed early on, and I don't see it talked about as much anymore. But even I fell into this trap when I was like, why is this show called Steven Universe? I would so much think about his instead of music. Thank you for the think about this instead of music, I think is what it's trying to say. Thank you so much, Paige. Thank you so much. Vex, Crim. I'm just gonna type into Notepad in silence on stream, just like ah. We're not going there. We're not going there. I talk to my audience, and my audience talks to me, so that's a big difference. But anyway, we're not gonna talk about that. We're not going to talk about that, even though, considering what we're talking about right this second, it feels a little bit relevant. But if we get there, we get there. Paige just wants me to play Psychonauts. She's been bribing me to play Psychonauts for like 2 weeks. I will when I get my next paycheck. But something I noticed with Steven Universe fans is that a lot of them were saying, hey, why is Steven Universe even here? Like, why don't we get rid of Steven and just watch the gems go on cool adventures? That seems like where everything interesting is happening. That was like a big early criticism for Steven Universe. And I feel like, oddly enough, that was kind of the point. Was you're supposed to look at it this way, like, oh, the gems are so cool. What's Steven doing here? That was kind of like the point, and like it was something like they were trying to say something with that stuff. I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something. I think that we give Lily Orchard and her video Steven Universe is garbage and here's why. I think we give it a little bit too much credit. I think that video, Steven Universe is garbage and here's why, is a symptom, not a cause. And the reason that video got so big was because people were chomping at the bit for someone to say something. And I think that the woman who ended up making that video, it's more that people wanted someone to put their thoughts into words. It's not so much that she told everybody how to think, but that she was saying what so many people wanted somebody to say. And it gave people permission to be outwardly hateful like they hadn't been before. Mm-hmm. So, what changed? The story got much bigger and matured. And the interesting thing is that Rebecca Sugar worked on a piece of media that very much did the same thing. You know, she's done this before. Adventure Time is a great example of a show that at first started out small and then matured with its audience and became so much bigger than what it was before. But interestingly, Steven Universe got the hate that Adventure Time did not. To be fair, weren't there a lot of reactionaries already pretty critical of Steven Universe? Absolutely. And absolutely, Sparrow. People are hypercritical, hyper, and they put a lot of scrutiny on queer and female-centric stories. But Adventure Time is a masculine-centered story, so it gets a little bit of leeway. Steven, let me see. As she says, because Steven is always sort of split between two worlds, which would be the relatively normal mundanity of Beach City and the bizarre and dangerous world of gems in space. Lily's video was how those specific talking points escaped Tumblr containment and into mainstream. Yeah. I remember I had a friend who said that Pearl was abusive, especially towards Amethyst. And I was like, well, I kind of like Pearl. Like, I don't really see her as abusive. And this person legitimately, like, stopped being my friend because she projected herself onto Amethyst and her abuser onto Pearl. And she could not separate herself from the cartoon. And I wasn't honestly willing to indulge somebody like that. Like, I think it's kind of silly to get so upset about a cartoon, especially a cartoon that isn't actually representing what you're saying it is. Um, so, like, if somebody's gonna stop being my friend because I like a cartoon character, I feel like I'm not missing out on much. Like, okay, girl, like, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Like, okay. Um, But yeah, the story got much bigger and it matured. Like it became like, oh, a monster of the week type of thing to like opening up to like this huge galactic adventure and dealing with themes like freedom and like suppression and like empires and like it was huge. And I don't think that's what people initially got into Steven Universe for. All right. So, what ultimately happened what ultimately cinched its downfall. Cancelled early because of an on screen gay kiss. And Rebecca Sugar pushing the narrative she believed in spite of executives. A lot of the end of the series had to be wrapped up in less than a dozen episodes. I never understood why people hated on Steven when the show paints a clear picture that things were slowly getting out of his control and that would throw any kid his age for a loop. Man, that sure sounds familiar. Shinji Ikari much? Feels good to have a cathartic anger, but like people take it too far, especially when there's normal people involved. Lots of showrunners have platforms nowadays. People started hounding its creator as well, which really sucks. Oh, and that's the stuff about High Guardian Spice. I never watched High Guardian Spice, but if somebody would like to talk about it, they are welcome to join my Discord server, which is linked in the description below. And if you want to head over to Collins, I will be jumping in there after I've done presenting my point for anybody else that would like to add on. All right. Okay. Let's talk about Voltron. What happened to Voltron? Oh boy. What fucking did. Oh, also, bonus shipping nonsense. This right here is gonna become a common denominator. Okay. So, what was Voltron about? Ship war, ship war. Yay, yay! Violence and killing. Okay, so Voltron was an action adventure sci-fi series based on an older anime from the studio that made Avatar and Avatar Legend of Korra. It followed the adventures of 6 teenagers and their efforts to thwart thwart the Galeran Empire using the mighty robot, the mighty mecha Voltron, which can be piloted as one ultimate machine or as 5 separate lion like ships. Okay. All right, I'm going to read the chat a little bit. Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, the anti versus pro ship stuff in Voltron was nuts. The thing that people talk about baiting is that the people that got most mad about the quote unquote baiting weren't even, it wasn't even the ship that was being baited. Like it was a completely different ship. Let me see if I can find it. So this, I'll hide my little notepad. This is the image that destroyed everyone. This was drawn by one of the main guys working on Voltron. Shiro loves you, baby, was the caption. And in the tags, hashtag Shiro, hashtag Voltron Legendary Defender, hashtag Voltron, hashtag he is looking at Keith. But the fan favorite ship, rather than Shiro and Keith, was Keith and Lance. And the production team was very anti Clance, as it was called. Like, they didn't like that ship. They kept turning it down. They said many times that Lance is straight, that he's only probably ever going to be paired with a woman. And there was early confirmation that Shiro was gay. So, the problem, of course, let's find a good picture of him. Here he is. Here's the special boy. The problem, when you look at Shiro, well, A, he's perfect, but B, he's a bigger guy, but he's also a guy that's been through a lot of trauma. The white hair isn't natural. It's from trauma and being experimented on. He has a scar across his face, so Shiro inevitably looks a lot older than he does. Um, I don't know. I guess there was an age confirmed eventually. I personally don't really care because that was well into like the third or fourth season. I think it was after season three, around the start of season four. People finally came out and said what their ages were, even though at the beginning they said they were all teenagers and they were in a military academy. So it seemed like something they would have gone to after high school, so it seemed like they were all adults, with the exception of Pidge, who snuck in using a false identity and was 14. It seemed like they were all adults, but they were like older teenagers, like 17, 18, 19, like seemed to be the range. Because it said as much they were teenagers in the description of the show. Um, but I think it was just eventually revealed that Shiro was in his early 20s. Whatever. But like people started making some pretty vile accusations about people that liked Shiro and Keith as a ship. Um, Mostly because it interfered with the ship of Lance and Keith, even though like that was never like people say that it was baited, but like that was completely imaginary. That was never something that was ever baited at all with Keith and Lance. That was never a thing. It's just like two people that hate each other standing in close proximity and growling and snarling at one another is not queer baiting. I'm sorry, Clance shippers, but it's not ship baiting if two people don't like each other and argue all the time. You guys were kind of up your own ass on that one. Um, but let's see. Let's talk about what changed. Whew. All right, what changed? I would say um romance was more directly involved in the story. Um People's preconceived notions of certain pairings um was destroyed. What ultimately cinched its downfall, rewrites, heavy edits, um, crew being physically threatened with violence and disillusioned with the project. Yeah, because I don't know if you know this, but people were doxing the creators and like it was nasty. There was like a needle cookie situation that I don't want to talk about because it was like it got bad. It got bad. People were threatening some of the crew's children. Like it was nasty. Like if you weren't there, holy shit, Clance fans are nuts. Ah, like it was insane. I'm a shipper, but I'll have a fully functioning brain, so if I recall, the reason there was a convo about baiting for Clance was because the Netflix promos for some of the trailers had the tags Clance. I don't know how true that was though. That's not true. I don't remember that ever happening. All over fictional men. Yup. I think the work crunch played a role in Voltron too. Didn't they make like 8 seasons in a little over 2 years? I don't know if that's quite true. Started releasing in 2017. I know. Voltron's Hatem could have reached Beatlemania levels of hysteria on the internet. I'm pretty sure it did. It was really nuts. I don't know where we are right now, but the Voltron fandom single-handedly shifted how fandoms act in general, for worse. I would argue that all three of these fandoms had like a big shift in how fandoms operated. We just finished talking about Steven Universe. We're almost done with Voltron, and then we're gonna move on to Homestuck. But anyway. The ship wars and the Voltron fandom have done irreversible damage to fandom interactions, by the way. Absolutely. Like, any bad fandom etiquette was highlighted and doubled in the Voltron fandom that then infected other fandoms. It's true. It's true. Bonus. ×2. Shipping. Nonsense. Okay. I could talk at length about how the facelessness of the internet makes people do some really nasty shit to big and small creators alike. And now, my friends, boils and ghouls, we're going to talk about Homestuck. Let me tell you about Homestuck. I'm not going to even try to summarize Homestuck. Homestuck was an indie comic that exploded on the internet and changed webcomics forever. It had a long run starting in 2000 and I think it was it 2009 or was it 2010? Homestuck. Hooray! Yippee! No, that's not what I wanted. Oh. I can't believe that Homestuck has been over for 8 years. Oh. Anyway. It was 2009. And ended in 2016. So it could be argued is still ongoing, considering the epilogues and Homestuck squared. It is known for breaking into new forms of telling a webcomic, such as through very cinematic and stylish animations, as well as RPGs contained within the pages. All right. Sits here and just processes the passage of time. Dude, Homestuck started when I was in my last year of high school. So I think I was in grade 11 when it came out, but I started reading it in my first year of college in 2011. And already it felt like it was so long. Because at that point Like it was right before I started reading it when Kanaya Enter Core came out, and I caught up as it was leading to the first Gigapause, like right before S Cascade came out. So I've been in it for almost since the beginning. But by then it seems so long. It's already seemed so long. But then it just kept going. Uh okay. What changed? Um the fandom got too big for its status as an indie project. And I would argue it's really the first indie project to have done that in the way that it did. Like, sure, you had like a Homestar Runner and like you had like a couple of animations on Newgrounds and stuff, but I would say that Homestuck's kind of the first of its kind. It's like the first time that something has gone from being like this obscure guy that was just making a little comic on like a forum into being like almost a household name. Hussey is 50? Shut up. No, he isn't. Is he? Or are they? Uh, no, he is not. He is 44. Don't do that to me. Also Hussey's like a femboy. Um is like a femboy juggalo now or something. What did we do to this guy? Like this is this See, this is what I picture in my head whenever I think of Andrew Hussey. What happened? Like literally what happened to this guy? What did we do? What years of Homestuck likely did to them. Yeah. God. Alright. Yeah, it's not Kiss, it's Insane Clown Posse that they're a fan of. Uh, Hussey's mental health was and time management was a constant drain on them as a creator, and this caused long breaks. And I think that was really kind of the beginning of the end. What cinched? Oh, you guys can't even see my little notepad. Bam. What cinched the end of Homestuck fandom? Um, uh, no. The fandom did used to be okay. It used to be really fun. There were so many fun little projects that the Homestuck fandom made. Like they remade Pester Chum, and like there were so many like little games, and um ultimately its own the fandom's own infamy. Moreover, handing it over to fans to complete in the epilogues, um, paradox space, and Homestuck squared meant that characters became flanderized and had contradicted previous growth and established traits. Yeah, Hussey giving Homestuck over to the fans was the worst thing he could have ever done. Oh, Kate Mitchell. I try. Yeah. Bonus ×3 shipping nonsense. Don't get me started on the shipping nonsense. Making Dave Cat canon. I still don't understand why Hussey did that. It all seemed. See, the thing with Dave Cat is that it all kind of happened off screen, and the characters didn't have any chemistry. um, John Resi was also another one that was bizarre. Okay, Zoe, feel better. Why does it almost always come down to shipping? That's a good question. That's a good question. All right. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into my Discord. I am going to hop into call-ins, and I'm going to wait for people to come on in, and I will try to do it in order. So when you go into call-ins, what you've got to do is you got to raise your little hand, say that you want to speak, and I'll try to get to you all in order. That is not the right channel. Okay, I've got to make sure. I've got to try to get my audio working before people start hopping in. So let me make sure I do that first. Default. There we go. Thank you for the super chat, Boggle. I have not consumed Homestuck. I've met the rabid fans. Giving it to the fans feels like the last meta joke, but it's on us. Yup. Yeah, the music is working now. Yeah, you can go ahead and join my Discord. If you look into the description, there is a link to it. And if you would like to call in, you could just head over to the call-in section under events. It's a stage. I'm going to start the stage. Fandoms, 2 Hatedoms, start stage. Alright. So I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Because I slammed my Gatorade and I need something else because I am constantly thirsty. Interpret that as you will. But I'll be back in a second. Oh, there's so many people in the audience of the stage already. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I'll be right back. I return. It's me. Hooray. Yippee. Very, very quiet music. Okay. All right. Who do we got waiting to talk? We've only got one person waiting to talk right now. And that All right. So I'm going to do it in order. Sparrow's saying that they can wait. So I will invite our first person. They've been invited. Hello. Actually, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Can you talk for me for a sec? I can hear you, but oh, Discord, what are you doing? Output device. Talk again?
Talking again.
Okay, there we go. All right, it's working now. All right, the Streamlabs is now picking up your voice. Great. All right. So, welcome to the Inferno. Can you introduce yourself a little bit and tell me what fandom you want to talk about?
Hello, I've been on before. Thank you. This is Swampling Lover. The LVR is pronounced lover. It's an Undertale reference. And I'm coming from two, but they're very similar in their issues to each other. The Transformers fandom and the Magic the Gathering fandom.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that a little bit?
So I guess I'll start with Transformers because that's the one that's most important to me. It's my favorite thing ever.
Okay.
It's like the only thing I like more than, and not even more. The second one is Pokemon, but Transformers is more important. um, the thing, Transformers. It's from what I understand, it's the 25th most popular franchise in the world, which is really funny to me. So it has a pretty large fandom, and I know when you were talking about stuff like in fandoms, oh, things change, right? I think the biggest inciting incident was the live action movies came
Yeah,
out.
I thought that's what you were gonna say.
Yeah.
Those were something.
Well, so I actually love the live action movies.
Okay.
I know. And I didn't get into Transformers until I saw the movies. Now, I will not say they're perfect. They have a lot of issues, of course, but thanks to the people who made them, the studios and stuff like that. Often it seems the writers probably would have uh, not allowed as much bad stuff to happen as they did. Funny enough, I know a lot of people, a big problem people have with them is they're kind of jacking off the US military in a lot of ways. Apparently, these movies were supposed to be G.I. Joe movies originally, but then the studio Paramount turned around and said, no, these are going to be Transformers movies. So,
Interesting.
yeah, so the producers are all, well, now we have to make it a military movie. Wait, it's a story about giant alien robots. Why does that make it more of a military movie than G.I. Joe?
I don't
Um,
know.
I don't understand it. It's also because Michael Bay was chosen to direct and he's a huge military fanboy. So,
Naturally.
yeah. My favorite part of it is the Transformers themselves, especially for the first three movies, because the budget went into the animation and they look real. you know. Uh, but anyway, this fandom is the reason I have a room full of action figures, basically. The thing is, once these movies came out, the fandom grew a lot. It
Yep.
used to be a little more niche, and people who had never been exposed to this IP, or at least knew of it, but were like, whatever, it's toys, kid stuff. They got into it because it became a little more accessible and didn't seem so much like a toy commercial
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah. And, I was one of those people. I remember saying, when I saw the teaser trailer, I'm like, wait, Transformers, that's like robots that become cars, right? Well, that's toys. That's okay. I mean, I love robots too. So
Yep.
I
Me
was like,
too.
Yeah, I was like, well, whatever. And then I saw the first trailer, and I'm like, oh my God, this looks amazing. And I saw it in the movies theater for the first time in 2007. I was
Hmm.
14, and it just changed my life forever,
Yep.
basically. But the problem was that because you had a lot of people coming in who hadn't been involved before, people got very gatekeepy with it.
Yup.
Yeah, they're like, you guys didn't grow up with the 80s cartoon. You didn't watch the cartoon originally, and now you're saying you like it? Well, you're wrong. And it wasn't just because it was getting more popular, though, is that fans of G1, the original 80s cartoon, they really didn't like the new designs.
Yep.
Um, because they didn't remind them of their toys, basically. They're like, that's not what my toys look like. Uh, but it was because they wanted them to look more realistic. Like, what would it look like if you had a robot that could turn into a piece of of Earth machinery?
Yep.
Um, yeah, the animation process was fascinating too because the animators basically took the trucks that the characters would turn into and they broke them apart in the computer and basically rebuilt the robots from those parts.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's one reason they look so real. Plus, the budget for animation back then was way bigger than it is now. If you look at like Dark of the Moon from 2011, the animation is so detailed that you can see light shining off of them from wherever direction it would normally go. Whereas now, with like the latest movie, Rise of the Beasts, it kind of looks more like a video game cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I liked to talk to people in at conventions or in fan forums. Like, I went to TF Con one year for the first time in LA. Normally it's an East Coast thing, but it finally came to California, and I'm like, oh, let's go. This is going to be fun. And when I said, people asked, what do you like? I said, oh, I like the live action movies, and I wore all my graphic T-shirts with live action Optimus Prime and Bumblebee on them, and I just got the dirtiest looks in the
As you would.
yeah.
Yeah.
People were really mad that I was there and out about it, and they got mad. The biggest thing is that fandom operates on the no true Scotsman fallacy,
Hmm.
basically.
Yeah, you're not a
You're not a
real.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're not a real fan if you didn't watch the 80s cartoon, which is weird because the 80s cartoon isn't the only thing that's been around since before the live action movies came out. There was Beast Wars, there was the Armada trilogy, there was Cybertron, there was Transformers Animated. There was a lot of other and comics,
Yep, the
galore.
comics.
So it's not like there wasn't different stuff going around, but they're like, if you don't love the 80s cartoon, you are not a true fan and you are not welcome here. And it was made very clear by that. Anytime I went anywhere in any kind of space, be it online or in real life, people were very hostile,
I
unfortunately.
I will say something really interesting in contrast is My Little Pony because it was the same
Hmm.
company as I recall, isn't it?
Yes, it's
They're
owned
both
by
Mattel.
Hasbro.
Hasbro, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's almost the opposite for My Little Pony, whereas like the main fandom, the one they loved was G4, right? It was Friendship is Magic. Um,
Hmm.
and as somebody that was just in general a fan of, I got into My Little Pony Friendship is Magic because I was a horse kid.
Hmm.
Uh,
I was too.
and I really liked, I got really into when I was in high school, like one of a kind, like I tried a couple times, but I wasn't very good at it. I was young, one of a
Hmm.
kind doll customization. And I
Oh
really
yeah.
liked the ponies. There were some really good pony, one of a kind, uh, redesigns where somebody would take the My Little Pony horse, um, repaint it, put in a new mane, and make it look like another character.
Hmm.
And like there's some ponies that were made of like very like Star Trek ponies and like
Yeah.
you know. So it's interesting that like there was this superiority complex for new fans for Voltron. Sorry, for Transformers, but it was for My Little Pony. It was the old fans. There was that sort of um aggression towards almost, and I find that for comics too. Is that
Yeah.
especially for Marvel? It's like the MCU or die crowd, and then it's like I just want to read my little X-Men comic. I don't understand what's happening.
Oh yeah, and the action figure part of Transformers, it's this
Yeah.
whole other little subgenre of the fandom. I really, again, I'm a collector, so I kind of roll in those circles. Customization is also a big part of that too. Unfortunately, it also involves a lot of scalping. And like,
Yep.
you kind of gotta get stuff while it's hot, otherwise all the scalpers will buy it up and sell it for like twice market
Ooh. I
price.
saw something. I saw something. Transformers Old Guard was mostly male. My Little Pony Old Guard was mostly female. I wonder, why one acted more territorial than the other. And now that I'm thinking about it, especially with the comics that I like X Men,
Yeah.
interesting, interesting. But
There is, you're probably right about it because especially that I know a lot of people in the chat are saying they've mellowed out somewhat, but unfortunately when Transformers Earthspark came out, which was the latest show on Paramount Plus, I tried it and it just wasn't for me, just animation and writing wise. It skews a little young for me. They introduced a non-binary Autobot.
oh
Uh,
god.
Yeah, I actually really like their design. They turn into an owl and they look they look a little like a little nerdy owl bat, big
What's
eyes,
the character called?
nightshade. Yeah. You could look them up. They're fun. The
Ooh.
or A lot of fans lost their minds. They're like, "Why would you bring gender politics into Transformers? Why would you do that?" And it's like, even if, guys, if you've been paying attention to the IDW continuity, there's been gender fluidity in this
Yeah.
IP for a long time. There's been Autobots and Decepticons that have changed their gender back and forth. There's a lot of same sex or I don't know. It's hard to tell if Transformers have sex or if they just have gender. Um,
Yeah, I've seen a
there's
little bit of that too myself.
Yeah, there's a lot of I'd probably more readily say that it's gender because there's no official canon as to how they reproduce, but there is like expression. So, self-expression and identity.
Hmm.
So, that's a little more cut and dry. And there's a lot of same gender pairings, or like, gender fluid pairings. So, but a lot of the old guard, like you said, they're white dudes who are like, how dare you have this happen? And oh, that's ridiculous. Why would you bring it? And it's like, this kind of thing's always here. It's always been here. And it was only a matter of time before they introduced a character like this.
Sorry, somebody said it's called Transformers, not Cisformers.
It's cute. So yeah, it's yeah, difficult being a female fan because like you said, there's a lot of they also have a lot of the old guard has a lot of ideas of what female characters should be and what they're not allowed to be. And then, coming in not liking G1. I mean, if anyone's, oh, G1 is the best. Have you watched it recently? It's very 80s,
I mean,
you know.
I haven't watched any of. I've watched a little bit of the Michael Bay movies, but I've always been more of like a Japanese big robot fan, like
Oh,
Gundam
sure.
and Evangelion and stuff. But like, I like me a big old robot, so I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that someone in the chat says Nightshade is a special robot created. Nightshade's one of the Terrans, and these are Autobots that were born on Earth, so they're a little different than the ones born on Cybertron, which is true.
Mm.
Yeah, I've only watched some episodes of G1, the one where all the female Transformers were introduced was interesting. They're like, females, they're extinct, or some, you know,
Like they like Entwives vibes or something.
yeah, it's that they acted like females are super rare originally, and then they later introduced the one token female, and they're like, oh, that RC, they're like, oh, that's enough, she's good forever. Let's never bring in any more. So, but yeah, so that's an interesting. You'll find like pockets of people who are a lot more chill, fandom wise, but going out into the world as a fan is. It's not as welcoming, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then so that's the biggest one. I mentioned Magic the Gathering, but that one mostly is also a lot of female gatekeeping. Like when it was a it was a condition of dating my partner on our first date. He's like, "I'm going to teach you Magic the Gathering," and I'm like, "Wait, what?" And I turned out really loving it. It's a card game for those of us. Those of you who don't know, Magic the Gathering's a card game. And we used to go to card shops to play a lot and participate in events where they would like pre-release packs so you could participate in tournaments and stuff. Most of the time at this one place, a couple of different places I'd go, people were very perturbed at the fact that I was there. Like,
yeah. Yeah. No, I did that. I experienced similar things before I came out. It's like, whoa, a girl in a comic book shop? What's happening? Like, I went into Games Workshop one time because I was curious about Warcraft, and I got swarmed. And I was like, maybe I'm not interested in this hobby.
Yeah. They were either like, ooh, I don't like calling myself a girl, but like
me neither, but
yeah. I mean, it's a bit different for me, but of course you wouldn't want to be called a girl. But back then, they're like, "Oh, a girl, here, let me baby this match we're having. You know, I'll go easy on you. Let me show you what to do." And or it was either rampant flirting, unwelcome flirting, babying, or hostility. Like angry looks, nasty attitudes. I once went up against a freaking kid, like a 12-year-old, and I like to play games out even though I know I'm losing, just because, you know, it's fun. It's
me
a game.
too.
Yeah. And this kid was just like, "You're gonna lose anyway. You should just give up. You should just forfeit now." And I'm like, "You're tiny, and be quiet. I'm having fun." You know, "No, you're gonna lose. You should just give up." Like, dude, you're not saying I didn't see you say that to any of your other opponents.
Yeah. What's the okay, I have a question for you.
Sure.
As somebody that was also in a card related fandom for a while, what was the worst thing that ever happened to you IRL in those spaces, if you don't mind me asking?
It might have been, well, that match against that little 12-year-old who just wanted me to give up and leave was pretty bad. Just because he's a tiny little 12-year-old boy was just staring at me like I was the scum of the earth and was making me, you know, clear messages like, "Get the hell out of my face," you know. Others was when, God, I'm trying to think of specific times. I've definitely ground people to standstill because I play a lot of slow decks. They kind of stalemate the opponent, and people would get really mad at me. Not just my opponent, but people watching. They'd be like, "Oh my God, what are you doing? Just take her out. Just stop letting her win." And he's like, "I'm not, I swear." And I mean, I usually ended up losing anyway, and then people would just be really rude about it, you know, even, or just rude in general, like time to cut the deck, you know, where you cut the deck in half so they make sure you're not counting, and they wouldn't even do it, they just tap it. Like, that's like a courtesy thing in card games. So it was less a single inciting incident and more just kind of a buildup of things.
For me,
yeah.
For me, I was in the Yu-Gi-Oh fandom.
Mhm.
Like back in the early days, and I'd been playing since I was like 9 or 10. Um, so when I started to go out, when I moved to Halifax,
Mhm.
from living out in the country, after, having played like 10 years, I had a friend in the city and I started, and she invited me to start going um, to a little Yu-Gi-Oh club. And I was like, okay, sure. Um, Most of the people there had only been playing for like a year or two, which is fine. I had like 4 or 5 decks that I had made and been using over the years. This was back in 2010,
Mhm.
so much different game
Yeah.
than it is now. Um,
Yeah.
and there's this one time that I was there with my Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, and again, this was before I came out. I was the only girl there.
Mhm.
And I was wearing a Digimon hat. It was a Terriermon, had his ears like and everything. It was like I paid somebody to crochet it for me. I really
Oh.
liked it. My dog ended up eating it, or not my dog, but my brother's dog ended up eating that fucking hat. So I didn't have it. I didn't have it much for long after this, but um, somebody that was like had to be mid 30s to early 40s when I was 18 came up behind me and hugged me from behind because your hat is so
Ugh.
cute. I just had to hug you. And I was like,
Oh, gross.
ah. Anyway, and
Ew.
people would be like, do you need me to teach you how to make a deck? And I'm like, I have 4 of them that I made myself. I came here to
Yeah.
play. And
Oh, yeah.
no one would play with me though because I was the girl, and I went to 2 or maybe 3 of those, and then I just stopped going because nobody would play with me, and
Oh.
everybody was really condescending, and I was there as like the friend of somebody. I say that I'm the only girl, and then I'm referring to the friend that brought me as a she. It's because we both ended up being transgender, but she was living. This was before either of us transitioned, so
Mhm.
yeah. So
Yeah. Luck probably.
nobody wanted to play with me because I was the girlfriend. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I mean, I'm lucky that that sounds horrible. I am lucky that nobody tried to touch me in any way, and
Mhm.
luckily, and part of it might have been because my partner was there, and he's like 6'4".
Yeah.
um, but it was the looks, it was the unwelcome smiles, it was the, like you said, the condescension, and that was from the adult men. Like from the kids, it was because you get mixed ages in
Yeah.
these kind of events. The little cis boys, they were just mean, nasty little things. One time, I went to a tournament at a local con right in my hometown. It's a little one day event, and my partner didn't participate, and it was a bring your own deck kind of event. And I'm like, I might as well try that out. And I went up against this one kid who was like less than 14. He had a deck full of legacy cards that were really old, that aren't really legal anymore. And so he kind of kicked my ass pretty handedly, but he was so smug about it, and he took his time. Like, I could tell that he had a game plan that probably could have ended the game way sooner, and I was trying to you know, use those minutes he was dragging things out to try to do as much damage and score as much points as possible. But I could tell he was ramping on purpose to kind of make it really explosive at the end.
Yeah.
And it was so embarrassing. Like, people gathered to watch him. Everybody was on his side. Nobody was on my side to watch, and it felt like a purposeful humiliation, if that makes sense. I could be projecting, but that's what it felt
I
like.
it's funny because I used to be really into chess. I still love chess,
Mhm.
but I don't really have anybody to play with anymore. It's on my skill level. Um,
Yeah.
but there, I was playing with a guy, and he was doing that. He was
Mhm.
doing that. He was gearing up to make this really explosive, haha, fuck you, end to the game. And then I got him in checkmate, and he was speechless.
Well, at least you won.
Yeah, you don't get to do that very often, but when you do to somebody who's so convinced that they're going to win and they're so intent on humiliating you and they want this big, stylish, flashy finish, and you just like, actually, I'm going to do this and now I win, they're like, what? I still, that guy, because we used to play Yu-Gi-Oh together, and he like creamed me quite often because I wasn't as familiar with the new meta because I had started playing again long after, long after the event that I described. But
Mm.
it was so satisfying to finally beat him at something, and he wasn't expecting it because chess never changes. So anyway,
That's cool.
this is
Yeah.
like a whole side tangent to what we were originally talking about. But anyway, yeah.
That's how these things go. I mean, I came here saying like, oh, I've got one fandom where I talk where it's action figures and one fandom where it's card games. You're gonna go somewhere with toys.
Mhm. Yeah, it
But
seems
yeah,
to be it seems to be changes in a fandom that really kind of turn them into hatedoms, I think. And then there's the gatekeeping, and then like, well, I was a fan before this happened, and now it's different, and now it's bad, and I hate it, and I hate everything. Seems to be how it
like
goes.
you'd think that they'd want more people to come into the fandom, A, for more opportunity to meet people, and if an IP is popular enough, then, companies would be like, "Oh, we should make more of this."
I mean,
So,
the thing is, you
you
can
know,
still play like Legacy Magic the Gathering and Legacy Yu-Gi-Oh, and you can still go back and you can watch G1 Transformers. Like, it's not ruined; it's still there.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's like when people, in my more area of liking it with the newer stuff, I'm like, I don't like this as much. I'd like to kind of get see a little more because they always bring back the G1 designs because that makes the most money because that's just what people there's more G1 fans in general.
Hmm.
And some of us are like, it'd be nice to see more art direction that's a little different. And when we start talking about that, we often get shouted down, like, shut up, you had your 15 minutes of fame. It's time to get back to the real stuff." Um,
Yeah.
you're not allowed to really express interest in something different because even if the the continuity with the live action movies is all over the place, so it's hard to tell where it's going to go. But this new thing called this new if I could a little bit uh god, I can't think. This new section of Transformers called Infernax came out, and it's basically they turn into rocks, which I think is amazing. Uh, they're like vehicles made out of stone, and I'm like, I would love to see more of this. This is different. I'd like to see more of that. But then everyone's like, no, no, G1 is the best. G1 only. Keep cranking that out, and then for some reason I know we all know that companies don't really listen to fans that much, but focus groups are mostly made up of whoever has the loudest voice. So
Yep.
you don't get to see as much creativity coming out of your favorite IP if the focus groups are made up of the old guard as it was.
Absolutely. Um, Trying to think if I have any more specific questions. Do you think?
Sure.
Do you think you'd say that Magic the Gathering has a hatedom though, or is it just like a toxic fandom? Because I think there's a distinction.
Yeah, I do get what you mean. In that, I wouldn't say, it's honestly, my partner would know a little bit more about it, but like lately Magic the Gathering has been getting they've they've been integrating a lot more stuff that like they've been Blizzard's been a little less creative with their directions they've been going in lately. And like they've been having sets that feature stuff like Doctor Who and Lord of the Rings,
Right.
and trying to appeal to a bit more of a mass market, which is okay. And it's it's a little more like they're not hating the creators so much, because unfortunately Blizzard does have a lot of, is it Blizzard or Wizards of the Coast? Honestly, it's one of them. One of them owns
I thought it was
Magic.
Wizards of the
It's
Coast.
it's probably Wizards of the Coast. I get those two mixed up a lot.
Blizzard
So
is the
I'm not
video games.
Yes. Blizzard is like World of Warcraft. So Wizards of the Coast. People, what was it? They're not as great to their artists as they should be, and people don't get paid for their hours, I think, as much.
Yeah.
So there is some asking. There's as far as I can tell, there's like two schools of thought where the fandom either asks for better treatment of the artists, asks for more creativity, and then the other ones who are like, be quiet, we just want the same stuff over and over again, don't listen to them, listen to us.
I mean,
so it's like asking for better from the IP owners, but then saying, no, you can't ask for better, be quiet.
I mean, like,
kind of...
I think in general, Wizards of the Coast, because it's also like they're the ones that also make Dungeons and Dragons, right? There's like a lot of resentment to the company in general because of the bullshit they've been pulling for the last really long time. Like it's yeah. There's issues with Wizards of the Coast, and they keep, it feels like sometimes they just change things and make updates to make money rather than to improve their games. So, like, it's like, oh, well, if we make like a new system, then we have to release a new player handbook and a new dungeon master handbook, and like we're updating the cards, so we need a new deck because it's a whole new meta. Like, you know what I mean? It feels less like they're making updates for creative purposes and more to just, print money.
Yeah, and there is a lot more of a push to move Magic onto online instead of physical media. And the online scene is a lot more, from what I hear, is a lot more competitive either than the competitive card game physical playing. So Wizards, in response, is they're making mechanics for the game that only work online. So that kind of excludes people who either don't like playing online or don't have access to playing online. So they're kind of excluding a good portion of their audience that way. And then the online scene gets a lot more attention. They kind of pull, attention away from physical media. They get all the hits on YouTube, that kind of thing.
Dude, somebody in chat just pointed something out. What if I told you that Wizards of the Coast is a subdivision of Hasbro? It's all connected. It is. It is.
Right.
I hate it.
It is.
I hate it.
Yeah, that would explain why they did have a set of Magic that had Transformers in it.
Jesus.
And of course it was all G1, but they did have all they had was G1 cards, and they do Shattered Glass, which is it is a popular comic sub genre within Transformers, where it's like an alternate universe where the bad guys are the good guys and the good guys are the bad guys. But again, they didn't deviate anything. They're just like G1, G1, G1. I swear, whenever I went to conventions to talk about, I'd ask, guests about the IP and, where are we going from here? They almost seemed afraid to not appeal to the G1 fans,
Yeah. Well, it's all about the money.
Oh, yeah. Like, I went to a panel once for an actor who was going to be in the War for Cybertron series on Netflix, And I'm like, we've seen a lot of different versions of Transformers. Can you tell me without spoilers, like, what we can expect here? Are we seeing something new, or are you treading old ground? And he's like, looks around kind of furtively at the people gathered. And he's like, oh, don't worry. It's going to be the same Optimus versus Megatron G1 stuff we've seen in the past. And I'm like,
Ugh.
wow, okay. Good to know. Like he almost looked he wanted to reassure the audience that nothing would change. So, I don't know. It probably as far as that goes, Magic might be a little little less of a hatedom than Transformers, but Hasbro is powered a bit more by dude energy, if that makes more sense.
No, I get you. I get you. Do you have any closing thoughts? Do you want to
Closing.
plug anything, such as channels and stuff?
Oh, sure. Yeah, thanks for having me on again. If anyone if you guys like hearing about action figures like Transformers, I do little short reviews on my channel. But I also talk a lot about Pokemon. I'm working really hard on making my own Pokemon retrospective to counter Lily Orchards, and it's taking forever. And I'm playing Pokemon Red, and I'm editing right now my first video, and it's taking forever. But chill toys and action figures and video games if you like. Just again, follow me on YouTube or Instagram, Swampling Lover, LVR at the end. Thank you so much, Krim, for having me. I really love being able to talk in this space, and you make this a very friendly space, and I really appreciate that.
Oh, it's always great to have you. So thanks for coming by again. I love talking to you.
Yeah. So take care.
Bye bye.
Shabbat.
I will go ahead and link Swampling Lovers into the chat. One bam. Linked in the chat if you want to check it out. And I have live replay chats enabled, so if you're watching the VOD, it should also have popped up. I will try to remember to add it to the description later at the end of the stream, but I might forget because my head is full of marshmallows. And yeah. Alrighty. Paige Lego, thank you for the super chat. You mentioned one-of-a-kind doll customization. Any favorite creators? Not ponies, but mines are delightful. Enchanterium and Catmelon Studios. I also like Poppin' Atelier. See if I can pull up her channel. I love her stuff. She does a bit more realistic designs. I believe she's Romanian. Her stuff is very good. And I can't remember what his name is. Here it is. His name is Akin. He does some pretty good. I do really like Delightful as well. But if you're interested in seeing some male dolls, they're not as common. Or some just characters with interesting body types. Check out his name is Aiken. I'm trying to remember if there's anybody else that I like. I'm sure there is, but these are the ones that I can think of right off the bat that you didn't suggest yourself. Okay. I'm gonna bring on the next person. But thank you, Paige, for the super chat once again. And again, I'm trying to go in order, so I know that a couple people are raising their hands right now, but I'm going to go try to answer in order of who raised their little hand. Just going to glance through the chat. Okay, cool. Helliverse, like has been and Hell of a Boss. Yeah, that's an interesting thing to talk about. All right, I'm bringing on the next person. Quests. I'm gonna invite Sparrow. Invite to speak. There we go.
Hello?
Hello. How are you doing today?
Is it okay I speak with Gwen since we both want to talk about the same fandoms? Or
Sure. Absolutely.
she wants Ruby is a big hate-dom and so is Pokemon.
Okay, I'm bringing Gwen in as well.
Yellow.
Hello.
Hello, Yellow. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear ya.
Am I audible? Audible.com. Get
Yeah.
a free trial.
Hey, they haven't
No.
sponsored me yet. They haven't sponsored me yet. I'm not sure if I'd take that sponsor.
That's fine.
I like money, so probably. Anyway, can you two tell me like your names and what you want to talk about today?
I'm Sparrow, and I want to talk about Ruby and Pokemon. Like RWBY.
I'm Gwendolyn. I use he, her pronouns, and I want to talk about Ruby and Pokemon as well. Mainly Ruby, though.
Okay. So, do you want to start with Pokemon? Because I feel like Ruby's like a bigger topic.
Yeah,
Let's start with Pokemon.
Let's start
Ruby
with
is
Pokemon.
a big can of worms.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
The most like Pokemon's very polarizing, I'd say, right? And I would say Pokemon has a big hate-dom and an anti-hate-dom too.
Mhm.
Like people would there is perfectly valid criticisms for Game Freak, especially because of the time crunch for every single year a game coming out.
Mhm.
But also, like it makes rushed games, it makes glitchy games, but also like when people like rightfully criticize things, sometimes they get harassment campaigns against them. I don't remember who, but I've seen things because it's a lot. Have you seen things, Gwen?
I am actually not very familiar with that part.
Are you familiar with the competitive toxicity?
Yes, absolutely, I am.
Oh my god. Okay, you can speak about that.
So yeah, sorry, I'm a bit nervous now.
Oh, it's all right. Okay. It's all right. We're all friends here.
Like, yeah, the competitive. Well, it's like kind of okay. I'm going to use an example to be more clear. It's Pokemon Showdown.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is a lot of people who just very much abuse the chat function on that website.
Oh?
Yeah, like and also
or the
the thing
nickname function.
Yeah, there's like actually words that are banned from that website that you can't say because they're used for insults.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to use an example that genuinely made me laugh because I was being a little stinky and playing a stall team, so I
Mhm.
was just wasting a lot of time, and the person eventually won because I wasn't really playing to. I was just playing to have fun. I wasn't really trying to win.
Mhm.
Uh, like the person, like I was trying to like be funny, like be quippy in the chat, and the person was fully not responding. The moment they won, they called me. They said, "Get wrecked, pube face," and then they left.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's genuinely really funny because like you wanted to call me a slur so bad.
There's also like an issue like on both sides of like elitism against each other, like casual players thinking, "Oh, competitive takes no skills whatsoever." And
Yeah,
uh and also the competitive players not looking down on competitive like casual players, but like just saying, "Oh, they don't understand."
Meanwhile,
yeah,
I'm here and I just
that
pick
is
the Pokemon that I think look the cutest. I
I
have
do
no
that
idea
too.
what's
Yeah.
going on.
But
I I do that sometimes. Yeah,
like that meme. There's this meme going around 1 billion lions versus all the Pokemon, one of each Pokemon.
yeah.
And like that caused such a shitstorm that it caused harassment to on both sides.
Oh,
Like
jeez.
it's a shit post. Come on.
Well, was this like mostly like intercommunity toxic fandom stuff, or was there like a hatedom of Pokemon in and of itself? Because I kind of I
There's a hatedom in Pokemon itself. It's
Yeah,
basically a lot of the fans are tired of Game Freak, and they feud with each other and feud with the the
with
people
the
who like
company.
Pokemon, and
Oh yeah,
it's like saying, why do you still play Pokemon? Why do you like Pokemon? And the people who like Pokemon would harass the people who dislike Pokemon. It's like inter-community like rage against each other, but they still fucking buy Pokemon.
yeah.
yeah.
The people
I
who hate Pokemon still buy Pokemon. Like
I
Yeah,
you're
it's
playing into
crazy.
this.
You're
Brother, you're playing, my brother in Christ, you're playing into their hands. The biggest media franchise in the world.
it's not anymore actually.
Is it? Oh.
what is it now?
Yeah, it got dethroned by Hello Kitty and Winnie the Pooh.
It's really funny.
Yeah,
I mean, like, yeah, I guess like my big criticisms for Pokemon right now, it's like in my opinion, when you're making like a new game, the new Pokemon game, it feels less like it's like
You
excuse me,
okay?
sorry. Yeah, no, it's the cough.
good.
It feels
Yeah.
less like it's like, oh, like I have all these new ideas for Pokemon and like I want to make a bunch of new ones and like I have like this new story to tell and it feels less like that and more like, well, we have to make a new Pokemon game because we gotta.
Yeah.
And
And
Yeah.
it's like, bro,
like
that is just a fucking mouse. Like that's not a Pokemon. That's just a fucking mouse. And it's like people
Okay,
will show me
actually,
no, just people will show. I mean, like I guess there's some problems with like the Gen 1 designs, but I feel like they kind of came into their own in Gen 2, 3, and 4. And even 5 was pretty good, and then it's just like, what is happening anymore? I don't understand what's going on at a certain point, because it's just like some of these designs just feel like they were
filler, you'd say?
they were designed for the sake of existing rather than somebody having like a really good idea and wanting to make a Pokemon out
I
of it.
I agree there's a lot of filler, but also there's some of my favorite designs that came out of the later gens.
I cut
But
Gwen off, and I feel bad.
it's all right. Don't worry. But like with that, that was actually a point I wanted to bring. The whole, the newer Pokemon suck. Like the newer designs, and that's a thing that people have been saying ever since the
Gen
second
2.
generation.
Yeah.
Like
Really? Because
ever ever since there has been new Pokemon, people have been yelling that the new Pokemon are bad.
Yeah. And
I've got to say that I don't think there's a single Gen 2 Pokemon that is a bad design, personally, because
Uh,
I feel like in Gen 2 it's like, oh, we know what a Pokemon is supposed to look like, and we have a bunch of ideas, and we haven't run out of ideas yet. And I felt
rem-
go ahead.
sorry, remember Stantler?
What's wrong with Stantler?
That's just a deer.
your
That,
tone. Oh my
I
god.
mean,
I'm sorry. That was like your exact point.
That was so
It's just a
stinky. Oh my
deer.
gosh.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
like I wouldn't say he's just a deer.
Obviously, he's not just a deer. I'm exaggerating.
I mean, like there is some like yeah. I mean, like I guess this is one of the weirder designs, but I guess it still has that like fantasy element to it. Like one time, I remember back when I was like drawing like a birthday card for my grandfather, and I was obsessed with Pokemon at the time. And I started drawing Stantler, and my grandmother knew it was a Pokemon, like because my grandfather likes deer and he likes hunting. So like I was drawing like a Stantler because you know deer, and she's like, "Your grandfather's not gonna like a Pokemon," and I was like, "Meh." So like I feel like
Oh,
if like my grandmother can recognize that it was a Pokemon, then like it still kind of looks like a Pokemon because like it still has there's like a little there's always like a little tweak to it, and you've got like the interesting proportions and like the weird tail and the antlers. Whereas like some of the newer designs, it's like it doesn't have that sort of weird quirk to it that makes it look like its own thing. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but yeah. I guess
Here,
Stanler could be considered a filler, I suppose.
here's the thing. People, there's cycles of Pokemon hate. Like when Gen 9, when not Gen 9, when Gen 6 came out, there was this huge Hatedoms spiked, like a huge spike Hatedoms. Oh, 3D Pokemon's going down the toilet. Oh, Pokemon's awful. Look at these awful designs. And now I see nostalgia for Pokemon X and Y. Like, oh, X and Y was a great game. I can't believe like Gen 9 can't even compare to Gen 6, stuff like that.
I see. I get
Yeah,
that's
it's
to
cycling.
to
yeah.
to be transparent. I'm not saying that all new Pokemon designs aren't great. I'm just saying that like it feels like the filler are look less and less like Pokemon with each generation.
I agree. Bombardier can suck my butt.
I like the whole people like the whole cycle is also a big thing in uh how old were you when those game came out? Because
Mm.
when Gen 5 came out, it had obviously a huge backlash, black and white.
Yeah.
And if you were in the Pokemon fandom back in like 2020 to 2021, like memes about Gen 5 like being awesome and having great music, that was everything you could find. And that's because like yeah, the people back then when people were yelling about Gen 5, it was like the people who grew up with like Gen 1, 2, 2 and 3 who were like really who were just salty about like the what happened, like the fact that they didn't like the new Pokemon.
You know what?
And then later we had the people who actually grew up playing Gen 5 were old enough to actually be the one making the videos talking about the games, And nowadays, those same people are shitting on Gen 9 because that's not what they grew up with.
I mean, maybe I'm partially guilty to it. I like Gen 1's okay. That's like the first one that would have been around when I was a kid. But I really like Gen 2. I didn't like Gen 3 very much, and then I really liked Gen 4, and then like I was really interested in Black and White, and I watched like a few Let's Plays of it, but like I didn't have any money at the time. So like I don't know, maybe my third eye's open. But I do think there are definitely some misses in the Pokemon entries. But that's why I'm doing a huge retrospective that I'm working on. So if you're
I feel like
interested in that, sometimes I play Pokemon on my channel. So you should subscribe and check out my gaming VODs. Anyway,
There's also like
subscribe,
an
comment, and
elitism
ring the
against
bell.
the what, Gwen?
I said subscribe, comment, and ring the bell.
There's also like, for one more thing about Pokemon, there's like this like elitism for the mystery dungeon games.
Is there?
Like, yeah,
Yeah,
people hate Gates to Infinity for no reason except for like a few minor flaws, I'd say, against the gameplay. But like,
like
it still has the strong story and strong music that makes the Pokemon mystery dungeon games very good.
Mhm.
And here's the thing. Here's the fucking thing. Uh, there was this like resurgence of Gates, like, but also like everyone hated Gates when it first came out. Like, for some reason, like Pokemon fans are like against every single new thing.
I've noticed
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I found like there was this meme that was like how the Pokemon fandom and the Sonic fandom are like polar opposites. Because at the end of the day, we both still get bad games. But the Sonic fandom actually is excited about having their bad games.
In all honesty, I'm still wearing the clown makeup. I am gonna buy Pokemon Legends AZ. Well, ZA.
I am too, absolutely. They're bringing back the Mega Evolutions.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times like Pokemon fans just hate on the game because of the gimmick that they do everything. So like I saw like hate. I didn't see any hate on Mega Evolution, but I saw a hate on Z moves, and then I saw a hate on Dynamax. Then I saw a hate on what's it?
Terrestrial Test
Terrestrializing.
is,
Yeah.
yeah, bullshit.
Also, sorry Ziv for insulting your Bombardier. I do not like it though.
So,
Ruby.
do you want to move on to Ruby as soon as I got the Pokemon image up?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So for Ruby, actually, I have made a non-exhaustive list of what went wrong with the fandom.
Wow, you're so dedicated to this stream.
I really like Ruby.
All right, go off.
So Ruby, for people who don't know, is a 3D animated show that started in 2013, and that has a lot of anime. Well, it's like very anime adjacent.
Yeah. So how
And like
how did we get to where we are with Ruby?
So at the very start, like Ruby, for at least its first 3 seasons, was very like the show and the fandom would like
see
sometimes very much, yeah, they would see eye to eye. They like the show was very much made to have a fandom. Like the characters are like like the designs of the characters would like kind of make people want to cosplay them, or like recreate their weapons. Uh, and then later on, like the show would actually make references to the stuff that the fandom was doing.
Hmm.
Like some characters would have team attacks, and those team attacks would be named after the ship name that the fandom came up for each of those two characters.
It's very much like Homestuck in that way. I think the way that the fandom influenced the content.
Yeah, but then everything went bad.
Okay.
The like the earliest thing that I can point out is Monty Hume's death, the original creator of the show.
Yeah, I remember that.
He unfortunately died during the making of the third season, and that kind of led to a bunch of people who would say that the show only went downhill ever since he left.
Like there was this schism in between the fandom, like who like would say Monty's death led to the Ruby's sort of downfall, I'd say, when it's Ruby is complicated in quality wise, but like it's like saying that is kind of like using someone's death to like hate on something. Like
Yeah,
it's genuinely disturbing how like they're putting words in Monty's mouth when he
yeah,
died.
they would do that a lot as well. Yeah,
Yeah, they would say Monty would not want this. Monty would not like that. You are being mean to Monty when Miles and Carrie, like for all their
they
flaws,
were their friends.
are Monty's friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um. So with that happening, the next thing that really went off is the ending of the third season. Like had a huge change in the status quo. It
Yeah.
like fully it like fully changed what the show would be about from there on out. And like obviously if you spend like 3 years being invested in the like what the original plot was, and then out of nowhere the show kind of just fully changes, it does a full 180, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I from the outside looking in, because I'm not a Ruby fan. Like, I don't like the look of like 3D anime things, and I never have, and it's really hard for me to get past that. But I would say that like I remember people saying that it was like disrespectful that Ruby was even continuing after Monty's death, and let's like, but we don't say that about any other piece of media, you know.
You don't
Yeah,
say that about SpongeBob. Well, actually, I hear a
Well,
lot of
yeah,
people
but
do
that's
say that about SpongeBob.
I do feel that way about SpongeBob because like not
Yeah,
only are they like doing things, they're just
they're
like
doing.
doing things that he deliberately said not to do.
but like if you want an example, like another example of that, just look at Berserk. Like after the author died, everybody just was wondering how were they going to finish the story after that. Like they didn't expect the manga to end. They were just wondering like if like the author left any notes to on how to end the story if anything were to happen to him.
Tolkien stuff was kind of like that too. We're not super
As well.
worried about the fact that Tolkien's dead. Um, We're just like, what's give us more about this. And sometimes it could be a little bit disrespectful, but the fact that Ruby, because Ruby and SpongeBob are different circumstances. The SpongeBob stuff is capitalistic greed, whereas I think for Ruby, it's just like they wanted to finish the story. They genuinely wanted to finish the story, and they had a story to tell. Not that
I
I'm
agree.
super familiar with it, but like
Yeah.
from what I understand, the other creators were very passionate about Ruby. And
Well,
I think
also there was like there was also an entire like point that essentially there was this note that was left from Monty on how the show would go on after the event of Volume 3. And apparently, I haven't read the note myself because I never actually took the time to do it. Apparently, there was like some major differences on how the show actually ended up going and the what Monty allegedly was planning.
well, I think that like even as it was being released, he was bouncing off ideas with the other creators. So I'm sure what
Yeah.
ended up happening was that the other creators took what he said into consideration. Like like it's their show too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like Monty was their friend, and the people who were like hating on Ruby and using Monty's name are strangers.
Yeah.
Like they don't know Monty, and it's genuinely like weird to say like stuff like
Monty wouldn't want this.
yeah. Especially when they use it for like homophobia. Like Monty would not
Yeah.
want Bumblebee to be canon, stuff like that.
Despite the fact that Monty literally said that he wanted to at some point add like LGBT themes into Ruby.
And we're back to shipping nonsense.
Yeah,
Why is it always shipping?
There's always shipping. It goes back to shipping. Oh my god.
Wait, I'll get into that. I'll get into that in a bit.
There's also like hatedoms for specific characters, and like I feel like there's like what's it?
I've heard things
against Cinder in particular. Like she's a villain, I get that, but in her tag, I used to like Cinder. In her tag, there were untagged fics and art of her dying, like in detail. Like who does that?
I've heard, again, I'm coming at this from somebody from the outside, but I've heard Jean or whatever gets a lot of he gets a lot of hate.
People think he's an author self-insert for Miles, since Miles voices him, but Miles does not write him at all.
Like as much as Miles went and said that he tries as much as possible to not write for Jean.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Specifically to avoid like ending up with Jean just being just a self-insert.
Simon Clover says, I've heard there were people who went after Monty's wife and blaming her for his death too.
Oh my god, that's ghastly. That's ghoulish. What the heck?
That's disgusting.
Like, imagine. Oh my god.
That's so
what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Considering how he went. What an awful thing to say to somebody. Because, like, even, like, if you're friends with somebody that happens to, you are always going to blame yourself on some level, even if it's irrational. So, like, to hear somebody vocalize that, disgusting. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Invoicing Emu. Everything was fine until the shippers attacked. Do we want to get into that now, Gwen? Are you ready? Do you have something else to say first?
I can just quickly mention those. They're like they go really quick. But essentially, another reason people were kind of trashing on the show was that the show, like like how the show looked changed a lot
Mm,
after season 3.
yeah.
They changed to the Maya engine, and the fights, who used to be like really fast and dynamic, became way more slow, and so people were being mad about that as well, saying that the style of the show kind of went to shit.
Hmm.
There was this specific tag that the Ruby haters would use, the hate them would use, and they'd also call Bumblebee shippers wasps.
Of
Because,
course, they would.
That's not what
yeah,
wasp means. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
that's the gay ship between
No.
Yang Xiaolong and Blake Belladonna.
Yeah, because Bumblebee, because they're yellow and black.
Okay, so this image. Which one is the newer one?
The one from the bottom.
But
is the
that
newer one.
objectively looks better.
Yes, it does.
What do you mean? That's like objectively an improvement. Like the clothes look better, the rendering looks better. That just looks better.
I think their issue mostly was because they were adjusting to the engine. Like,
Yeah.
swapping engines
Indeed.
is pretty rough.
What was
and
it first?
Animating.
What was it first animated in?
Poser.
Okay, yeah. Maya is the professional, version. So anyway, sorry, I was trained on Maya, so I'm a little biased, I
Let's get
suppose.
to the shipping.
Shipping time. Okay.
Yippee!
So I'm going to mention the shipping war that happened during volume 4 and 5. So there was a very two ships that were really popular, named Bumblebee and Black Sun. Both of them having to do with the character of Blake Belladonna. And essentially, that led to the people weren't really mad at each other if you were shipping one of the other, and if they were at that time the fandom was kind of rational enough to point out that these people were being weird. But the thing is that uh, excuse me, I'm trying to find my words.
No worries.
Sparrow, do you have something to say for the time?
Yeah, so the ships, they both had evidence for each other, since Blake is canonically bisexual and has chemistry with both of the characters, but they would harass each other to the point where it was genuinely disturbing.
Yeah,
kind of like
like
the Voltron stuff.
Yeah, people would say, "Oh, X is abusive," or X is the Blake is abusive to X, but Blake isn't abusive to Y, or Y is abusive to Blake, and stuff is yada 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 yada, and it's all surrounding Blake, and it's I'm trying to find my words, but the fandom. Yeah, Gwen?
No, go ahead, sorry.
The fandom, would basically, fight for their ship, while, other people would... I'm not sure, if anyone got harassed, outside of the ship, the shippers, harassing each other. I don't remember. that well, but like
It got bad.
It got bad. I would pretend to not notice things. Like I shipped Bumblebee, but like I just didn't say anything about shipping anything. Like
Mhm.
I did the same with Shiro and Keith. I did the same with a bunch of ships because like the anti-shipping discourse stressed me out. Like it was fucked up.
Yeah, like one moment you're drawing two people kissing, and then another, and the next somebody's calling you a slur on your anons, and you're like, "What is happening?" I think I'm gonna stop drawing this. Actually,
I have not
Yeah.
had bad anons actually because I was too afraid to engage.
But then, so going back to the ship, like this shipping war, and specifically how very popular Bumblebee got, led to what I call the Bumblebee wishy-washing.
oh, you're anti-Bumblebee.
So, no, I actually do like Bumblebee.
Okay, cool.
But so essentially, the Ruby fandom did split into people who were pro Bumblebee and anti Bumblebee,
Of course.
and like both of those parties, I will say, uh, were like a pretty big part of the Ruby fandom,
Hmm.
and Rooster Teeth, the people who were making Ruby at the time, very much didn't want to make any half angrier than the other.
Yep.
So we would have the Bumblebee wishy-washing, where they wouldn't make Bumblebee canon to not upset the people who didn't like Bumblebee, and so that these people would keep watching the show, but they would always give like Blake and Yang a bunch of interaction, and like show them being like cute together, and like clearly
Thinking about
looking
each other,
like
yeah.
yeah, as to like keep the Bumblebee fans uh into like keeping them hooked. But it only led to both parties getting bored of the show.
Well, you know what that is, though, right?
Queer baiting.
Yeah, it's literally just queer baiting.
It is. It fully is. The only thing is that spoiler, I guess, for anybody who cares about it, Bumblebee did become canon.
Stuck on it. Nice.
Yeah.
Lesbian love saves the day.
Also, like going back to the anti-character things, there was also anti-Ozpin, anti-Adam makes sense, but like
Yeah, Adam was the worst.
any time someone spoke of a character they didn't like in a positive light, like a controversial character, they would like get like harassment and stuff. Like
It's
people who liked Ozpin really like got like a bad short end of the stick because like Ozpin is gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
my
But
favorite.
like yeah, he's also has white hair.
You know,
He's an
So, like,
old man.
semi-related, but one fandom that I'm like trying very hard to avoid because I know I would get canceled is Dragon Prince. I would
Oh, yeah.
I would
Averos.
smash Averos. I would
I would
smash.
smash.
But like I know that if I like went into that fandom that everybody would be like, "Oh, you're so abusive." And it's like, "What's wrong with you? You like this guy. He's basically like blah, 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 blah." And it's like, I know, that's why I like him. Leave me alone. Let me rotate evil men in my head for free.
I need to get back
Yeah.
into Dragon Prince.
I do too, because I've watched like I haven't watched like the
first
newer
two seasons.
seasons. I've watched like the
Yeah,
first.
I've only watched the first 3.
Yeah, me too. But I think that's why I'm avoiding watching the newer stuff, because I know that if I like, okay, now it's time to do my little fandom time, because I like doing that after I've watched that, after I've caught up. I know that it's still at the stage where it's stinky. I can sense it. My third eye is so open when it comes to fandoms, and I know that it's bad.
Raccoon says, Crim, people are X for him for the same reason. You're good.
Okay. It turns out like this fandom's cool. They're chill. Okay.
But like going back to Ruby, like the character hate is like on the next level. Like there's anti-Yang, there's anti-X, there's like an anti-tag for every single character.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think like the only character who were really like beloved by the entirety of the fandom was Pyrrha and Penny. And if
Yeah,
you've
I
watched
agree.
the show, you know what happened to them.
Well,
Penny got. Can I say it? Can I spoil it?
got. Yeah, go for it.
Penny got fridged twice.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
She got fridged twice.
That's
Well, not
impressive.
fridged, since she's fridge applies to a established character, but she's a robot, so she got brought back to life. Then she died. She got turned into a real girl to get murdered.
Oh,
So that way
frig.
she could die for real and they wouldn't bring her back again.
You know what? I am seeing a lot of parallels to the Homestuck fandom, to be honest, because very, very similar in the like people were really worked up about ships. I remember for the longest time that people were like, "Oh, is John Cat gonna be canon, or is John Dave gonna be canon?" And it's like probably neither of them, because John and Dave are both straight, and then they made Dave Cat canon seemingly out of spite, or like oh,
So funny.
which one of the trolls is actually the biggest asshole? Is it Vriska? Is it Terezi? Is it Kanaya? Is it Feferi? Like, is it Eridan? Is it Gamzee? Is it Equius? Like, there was like big hates for all of the characters. It was so crazy. And then one would be killed, and then it's like, oh no, you killed this character, and the story's basically ruined forever.
I do want to say the pro Ozpin people are also a big an issue, because like they'd call like the young characters like names for like being mean to Ozpin. Like I know you like your girl boss, but also he is a bad person.
Yeah.
Also, Austin was in the like part of a big shipping discourse also.
Oh my god,
Be-
yeah.
because okay, so there are two characters named Ruby and Oscar are like they're really cute together. They're a very popular ship. But the thing is that Ospin lives spoiler alert, he lives inside of Oscar's mind. And he's like a 10,000-year-old wizard. And so that led to weird like it's very much implied that at some point Oscar and Ospin's mind are going to merge together. And so it led to a bunch of people being like, "Oh, if you ship Ruby and Oscar, it's essentially just like grooming. You're shipping grooming."
Great.
I don't even think that Kruby, that's what they're called. I don't think Kruby even thought about that.
Yeah,
To be
I
honest,
don't think either.
like the shipping discourse is next level.
And then my last point with what is bad about the fandom is the biggest problem, in my opinion, being that the Ruby fandom has a big issue with uh, toxic positivity.
Ugh. Yeah.
If it's in, like, if it's actually in the show, it had to be good. no matter how like provably not good it was.
It's like the opposite of a hatedom.
Yeah, but then it led to a bunch of people being insanely mean to any Ruby critic.
Mm-hmm.
The one example that I actually follow is the Judgmental Critter,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
who
follow her.
yeah, she makes a bunch of videos talking about Ruby. She loves Ruby, but she's really critical of it.
Yep.
And the thing is that a bunch, like genuinely a huge portion of the fandom will just trash on her for anything she will say, even if she agrees with them. But she has like a more nuanced opinion. They will trash on her.
I feel like
She had to ask for her word for like the name of her channel to be banned on like several Ruby subreddits so
That's
that people would stop talking about her.
that sucks.
Yeah.
the Ruby fandom is heavily scrutinizing of female creators compared to the male creators.
Interesting pattern.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Gwen, do you think so too? Like that's just my
Uh I
observation. Like
I
Hero
don't
Hey exists and like he shits on Ruby all the time, like calling it woke, and I don't see harassment on him. Well, I
yeah,
didn't. Yeah.
I don't really follow Hero Hey at all.
I don't. I just don't like him.
But yeah, I actually saw a bunch of male creator also getting a lot of hate, like um Celtic Phoenix, who is also really critical, and Young Kaiser, who is actually on this server, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, young Kaiser is in my server. He's a pretty cool dude. He
Yeah,
seems
I
okay.
agree.
He seems okay.
Yeah.
I watched
He
your stream.
he did a breakdown of one of Anthony's streams. And I meant to watch it, but I never did. And then I went to my summer job, and I was like, well,
Yeah.
so anyway, any closing thoughts?
The most toxic
Um,
Pokemon is in fact Salazzle.
it is Salazzle.
It is
It, it,
Salazzle.
it can poison toxic things.
Do you guys have anything to
That's
plug, like
the
any
word.
channels or blogs or anything that people can follow you on?
I have a YouTube channel that I'm gonna make PMVs on. It's Sparrow or Starry Sparrow, basically, with 2 W's. Starry Sparrow.
Nice.
Um,
Can you
I
you could post the link in um
In chat.
in chat if you like. What about you, Glenn?
Okay.
I have a YouTube channel where I make a bunch of compilation video of a reaction YouTuber I really like. It's just called Gwendolyn. I'm not going to post the link. You figure out how to find it.
Oh boy. All right.
I have
Well,
Also, I have a Twitter account called Liquid Lily where I make fun of the toxic sludge queen.
oh my god. Speaking of hatedoms. I'm not gonna get into that though. All right. Well, thank you very, very much. But yeah.
I'm gonna leave the stage.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Alrighty. I have more people that want to talk. I'm gonna try to get to everybody, but I'm just going to pause for a second, and I'll be back in a sec. All right, I'm back. Actually, I wait. I lied. 1 second. I'll let the music keep playing. Okay, back for real, for real. All right. I'm gonna bring in the next guest. I'm gonna turn down my music a little bit. We're gonna bring in our next guest. Oh, there's so many people here. I am not gonna be able to get to everybody. I'm just letting you guys know that now, because we're already 2.5 hours into the stream. Here. Next person's been invited. And they're deafened.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, so I can start hearing you once I get into the speaker's roles. That makes sense.
Yeah. It's weird. You were deafened before. You should be able to hear me regardless, but I think anyway. I don't know. I haven't been on the opposite side of a stage.
Oh, so basically I could only hear the audio through the YouTube video. It wasn't like I could hear it on the Discord
Yeah.
itself. So
Yeah.
I was like, I hope
Yeah.
this doesn't cause problems.
You were deafened, so I don't know why, but yeah, you had
Silly.
yeah, that's okay. It's all fixed now. So, hi, can you introduce yourself and tell me what you would like to talk about?
Yes, I am Marsh or Marshy, and I'm here to talk about Homestuck at its peak and the current state of the Has Been Hotel fandom.
Oh boy. I was there speaking to me of the old magic. All right, let's
I was
talk.
there when it was written.
I was there. Yeah, I've been around since like 2010, 2011. So let's talk about Homestuck, you and I. Pull up
Okay.
this little image. So when did you started reading Homestuck?
Oh, that is such a great question to start off. I didn't read Homestuck. I watched Let's Read Homestuck.
Ah, that was a few years after yeah. Okay. So that was like 2014, 2015, I think.
Yep, that's around when I got into it.
Okay. All right.
So, Homestuck. Oh man, Homestuck. Homestuck at its peak was generally okay for the most part. Yes, there was still shipping problems here and there. I say okay because Hive Swap hadn't been announced yet.
I feel like back then, especially like the cosplayers, like it was baby's first fandom for so many people, I think.
Yes. If you want to hear something ironic, I was into Hetalia before I heard about Homestuck.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Oh my god.
Draw a circle. That's the Earth.
Stop it. Because I did watch like I think I did watch most of Hetalia. I don't think I was ever in the fandom like with all the shipping and stuff, but I did watch it. But oh my god, yeah, I
The
stayed.
only thing about Hetalia that retained in my brain was the two-piece, but that is a whole different can of worms, and we don't have to talk about that.
I am banning Hetalia as a topic of conversation. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. I banned. We're not talking about Italia. If somebody tries to talk about Italia, I am hanging up on them and banning them from my server.
Oh my god. So Homestuck. No, Jaylani's not down here. I'm in the garage. Sorry, everyone.
It's okay.
So Homestuck. Oh my god, there's so much to talk about Homestuck. I'm gonna get into what got me heated in the first place when we started talking about Homestuck.
Mhm.
You said Dave Cat, and I got something to say about Dave Cat.
Okay.
Where the fuck did you come from?
Yeah, right? It's like, what? Why is
Who
this?
How did you get in my house?
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. But so did like John Rezi as well.
John Rezi can fight me in the parking lot of a Denny's. Absolutely not.
Yeah. Like I'm gay. I like my little gay ships. But I would have, I would have been happier with like John and Vriska together endgame, and like Dave and Terezi. Like that would have been. I would have like. It
We'll
wasn't
get to
my.
Vriska.
What? I love Vriska. No, well, it wouldn't have been my favorite ship, but I would have accepted it. You know, like it's fine. Like it's not. I don't like it, but like it made sense. There was build up.
I went around full circle and started shipping John Cat again because of the epilogues. I was like, all of these are bad, terrible, awful. Whoever said Roxygen was good, they were lying.
Roxygen?
Yes, that's what they called the ship between John and Roxy.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just like,
I don't like that either. It's giving mommy issues.
It's giving cis het. Okay,
Yeah.
that was bad.
No, you're right. You're right. Go off. I mean, like, I'm a John Dave shipper for life, but like, I felt like John Dave shippers were like one of the only chill shippers in that fandom. Like, we were just there to see art of cute boys and boys being friends with one another. While
Shippers in general in the Homestuck fandom, they were either chill or they were not, and nowadays they're not chill at all. I can't even say a certain ship without shivering. Vrisk Rezi? Who said that?
I thought Verse Resi was cute.
It is cute, but then they kept bringing Vriska back, and it was just like, okay, it's enough.
I thought this
It's
bitch was
enough.
dead.
Please,
Why
they
are
brought
we
Vriska
over?
back, and I just
Why are we over here give Vriska 9 lives when like the PETA it was one and done, and she was the cat? So what was that?
If I start sobbing. We had so many good characters.
Ooh, I got a super chat. Wait.
Like, here's Pester Quest. Here's Pester Quest.
I got a super chat. Hold on. Paige says we okay, I'm just gonna read this out. I'm not singing. We don't talk about Italia. Nah, we don't talk about Italia, but oh god, Paige, you're lucky you give me a lot of money. Alright. Back to Homestuck.
I wish I had played Pester Quest firsthand. I had to watch Let's Plays of it.
Mm-hmm.
But some of these routes, everyone should have been angry. Everyone should have been rioting. There should have been blood in the streets.
Are you saying that the Homestuck Hatedom was justified?
Not justified, but like, I feel like the people who started working on Homestuck after the fact, after Hussey was like, okay, I'm gonna like take a step back and let the horses pull.
Yeah.
I feel like that's when a lot of Homestuck's quality went down a toilet.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I read the epilogues and I read some of Homestuck Squared, and I was like, you know what? I'm not a Homestuck fan anymore. I've matured past that.
We're not going to talk about what they did to Gamzee in the epilogues, but I just want you to know that I've never seen such blatant disrespect for a character in my entire life.
Also Dirk. Dirk, why'd they do my boy dirty like that?
I'm actually so sorry, but aside from Jane and Roxy, I thought the Alpha Kids were boring.
Understandable. That was half of the Alpha Kids, but you know, understandable.
That was half of them. Yes, I'm so smart. There's just a lot of things with Homestuck that shifted the fandom due to the changes that was made to it and how the fandom ultimately reacted to it. Very reactive fandom.
I mean, like, here's the thing is that, like, at first, like, getting the fans involved into production, like, the music and even, like, Cascade, that was awesome. I loved Cascade. I remember, like, I watched that the day it came out, like, 1 hour after it was released, because I was getting off of college, and then it's like, oh yeah, Cascade's up, and I was like rushing to the library. I got into the library and the fucking site was crashed, and I went on Newgrounds. I went on Newgrounds. Yeah,
I wasn't there for that, but the stories,
dude, I cried. Cascade made me cry for real. But like seeing like Zameg's like art and like a bunch of other people's art put into like that was so cool. But like I feel like Paradox Space and the epilogues and Homestuck Squared took that way too far.
No, like the whole writing team got replaced with people who are like elders in the fandom, quote unquote. And it's just
Ugh.
like, I thought fandom elders were supposed to be like kind of cool people.
Yeah,
And
there
then
weren't.
it's just like, and then you got the new fans who didn't grow up in the era that Homestuck was being made. So Homestuck has like a bunch of different contexts for certain people. And it's just like, no, you can't do that. That's not good. And it's just like,
who's writing Homestuck right now? Because I didn't recognize any of the names. Like maybe can you remind me?
Oh my goodness. Scatterbrain memory time.
Let me look up.
There's one named Aisha.
Homestuck writers.
Also, I know we brought her up earlier when you had made the notepad thing. Kate Mitchell is like Beetlejuice. Don't say her name too many times.
Let me see. There's a lot of them. Jesus Christ.
Yes. All of those people. Oh wait, I just realized I should probably look at the stream to see your screen.
I can also here we go. I just went live on.
That's perfect.
Okay. Arden Ripley.
Yep, that one right there. Aisha Farah, main one.
Okay.
Back when Hive Swap and Pester Quest and Friend Sim, main one right there. Actually, this writer in particular made I'm gonna say themselves show up at the end of Pester Quest when you meet Doc Scratch. And it's supposed to be like this big meta commentary thing. I didn't get it.
What was she?
Personally.
Oh yeah, the director right here.
Mm-hmm.
What was she known for before this?
Fanfics? Like most of them? Fanfics. Okay. I feel like I should have brought this up sooner. Guys, the Homestuck fandom is very old. A lot of the ships are very old. Some of them are yucky, not yum. And other ones are acceptable. We just block and move on, basically. That's all I gotta say. And
there we go.
I'm glad I just said that.
Also, by the way, people might have seen me get rid of all the ads. So basically, what you do is when you go to like dot fandom wikia, if you replace the dot fandom with dot breeze wiki, you'll be taken to a much better version of that wiki. So I suggest everybody do it. Anyway, yeah, continue, please.
Yeah, shipping in the Homestuck fandom, I just sent in 2 nice images in the Collins chat. Because yes, that absolutely did happen. He did do that. Pussy is a beast. Please, would you like context? Anyone in the chat? This is just... Alright, because Homestuck is so old, Homestuck is mostly old internet culture, and part of old internet culture was being edgy and all that good stuff.
Yeah, Hussy was very much that.
That is what like 80% of Homestuck is, which is why there's so many kids crying about the contents of Homestuck. Look at what you're reading. Anyways. Let me pull up goddamn YouTube chat. It's just, yeah. Homestuck fandom is way different now than it was a couple years ago.
Yeah. can we talk about one specific event that I feel like
I would love to. What is it? I bet I remember. Caucasian! Peachy! No! I'm just... I don't know what Hussey was on. I don't know what Hussey was on. This was kind of out there.
yeah.
This was out there, y'all.
So to
Like,
explain this, because this was basically Andrew baiting the fans, and
Andrew,
and then, like, yeah, they got mad. Like, bro, what did you expect? And within like 24 hours, he changed to this joke. So basically, what happened is the Homestuck characters don't have any canon races. Before this, Hussey went on record to saying, like, you know, like, I've imagined, like, on occasion, you know, like, what if Jade and John were Asian? Like, I could definitely see that.
yes.
Like, but there is no set races for the characters. It's why they're kind of designed to look like a coloring book. But, like, fans would bitch about like, oh, you can't imagine Dave and Rose as black because they have light hair.
Goodness.
Or, like, oh, you can't give them red hair, you have to give them blonde hair. They're blonde. Like, it was, especially with like, the Striders and the Lalones, people were very weird about their races.
They're still weird about their races, and it's even worse now.
Oh, great.
You're seen as weird if you don't headcanon them as black. And as a black person, I don't know how to feel about that.
I mean, like, I don't have any set race in my head for any of the characters either. Sometimes I'll draw them as certain ones, but, like, I don't know. I don't think about it a lot. Like, they
the whole point of Homestuck is that these characters are whatever you want them to be. That's why the multiverse theory is a thing in the Homestuck universe. Anything can be canon. Hussey said so himself.
Yeah, but people got really...
That's why. Yeah, people don't like that when you use that as a defense against them. They get really mad.
So we're now at, like, we're now at the, like, oh yeah, the Lalones and the Striders are definitely black. Is that what the fandom says now?
It's like a mixture of whatever. That some will say the Striders and Lalons are black and Jewish, and I'm just like, where did the Jewish part come from? Like, where are you getting? Because they're taking stuff from the text, by the way. They're using stuff in the original Homestuck text, trying to make these connections. Or even with Pester Quest, since it's technically canon. And it really just comes down to personal preference. Like, with the trolls, like, you'll catch hell if you headcanon some of the trolls as white. Like, God forbid, Gamzee, the Makaras.
Great.
Like, people are very weird. Or even, like, the Pixies, because of Mina and the Condis.
Oh yeah, because they're like based off of Nicki Minaj. Sort of. Like, they've...
Hussey is not subtle about his stereotypes, by the way.
I
want to make that clear.
Now I'm just bringing up my old Homestuck fan art.
Oh, I love her. By the way, dark skin with light hair is based and cool and always awesome.
I can't find it, but I did have, like, a picture where I gave Rose more, like, natural textured hair. But, like, it's fun. You can kind of, like, I don't know what to call it. But it's more,
Mismatch.
it's, I mean, like, there's not just that, but it's like the fact that you could kind of do what you wanted with the character design, but trying
Right.
to stay within the realm, still making them look like the characters, was part of the fun of drawing Homestuck fan art. And it was like cool. It's like,
Yes.
oh, I didn't like, because like these were my headcanons for like the Alpha Kids, and like, you know, like at the time when I made it, people were like, oh, cool, like Roxy with like dyed pink hair. That's kind of neat. I haven't thought of that before. You know, like it, and it was fun. It was fun to kind of like use your imagination and come up with different interpretations of the characters.
Exactly.
It's not like it's not a contest, you know, like it's not like a superiority contest. It doesn't make you a better or worse person. Like it's fan art. Relax.
I'm actually so glad you say that, because at one point it literally became a competition. Let's talk about June Egbert, everyone.
No. I hate June Egbert.
Ooh, thank you
Sorry.
so much. I hate her too.
Somebody did a card.
I
Let's
have
laugh
never-
at the June Egbert card.
I have never had a fandom absolutely destroy my liking of a headcanon before. Absolutely vile.
Okay. So, to be clear, John Egbert is the main character of Homestuck. There was never, ever, ever any evidence that John was transgender. Actually, one of the more popular headcanons that is that John was trans mask.
Mask, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna go through this card.
You're
giving
me a stroke.
I'm gonna make you all suffer with me. The fact that this is
I'm getting a
hosted,
stroke.
the fact that this is hosted on Card.
Card was your biggest enemy on Twitter back in 2015 to 2018. Anyone who uses a card is evil.
Okay, I actually have a card, but it was like an ironic anti-card thing. No, I was like, I had like a before you follow, and then you click on the before you follow. It's like, I think these pages are dumb. But anyway,
You're based for that.
I am so base. My brain is so big.
You pulled this up.
All right, so hi. Art by Lemon Lime Base right on Tumblr. This card is made to educate people on who June Egbert is and who she came to be. This is information copy-pasted from this Reddit thread. I have made some edits to this information, though due to some recent events and some inaccuracies. So if this seems familiar, that seems why.
We're already to a bad start. It came from Reddit.
It came from Reddit. Who is June Egbert? June Egbert is an interpretation of J. Egbert, John Egbert, as trans femme, which was an they don't want a dead name. This fictional character that was never confirmed to be, or there was never evidence. There was nothing to suggest this character was trans. As an interpretation, yeah, go ahead.
Just really quick. In the Homestuck Squared, in one of the timelines, Roxy is canonically a trans guy or like trans masculine, and people just completely ignore that when talking about Roxy.
Yeah, this is true. I don't like the epilogues, but like that was kind of base actually. Anyway, which was an extremely popular and pervasive headcanon in the Homestuck fandom before being declared canon. June's name came from this pester log.
I hate this.
Because yeah, nothing to do with anything.
If you thought the influx of Vriska x Egbert was strange, don't worry, you weren't dreaming.
All right. What do you mean by declared canon? For his 40th birthday, Andrew Hussey hid a box of signed Toblerones near the legendary Toblerone Cave of Point Lobos, San Francisco. The first person to find one, when jokingly asked what they do as the new Homestuck author, responded that they declared June Egbert to be real, invoking Hussey in the tweet. Shockingly, Hussey made an incredibly rare social media appearance and responded, "You were the first one to find my treasure, and so it will be done. This canonization and endorsement of the TransFem June headcanon is what got the attention, leading to the word to get out around the fandom." I just want to point something out. I just want to point something out again. Just to be clear and like just a reminder of something.
Hussey is the
Just
guy
a
who did
reminder.
this.
This,
I don't think we actually explained what Emporicest is.
oh yeah.
Emporicest is the ship between Eridan Empora, or Cronus Empora, or their or the ancestor Dualscar.
But
and basically
he's talking about all three of them. So they're all related, and they're all gross,
in a way.
and nobody likes them.
There's the other thing about Homestuck. They're related, but like in a weird way.
We won't get into that. We won't get into that. Okay, so that's just that's just why it's bad and stupid. Oh man, I am hemorrhaging viewers. Awesome. Oh great, another Dumbledore was always gay. No, Andrew Hussey did not just canonize the headcanons because someone found a box of Toblerones. Before any of this happened, there was evidence that Hussey liked this idea of transfemme June to the point that, according to Aisha Farah, at 3242 of the episode of Perfectly Generic Podcast, the only headcanon I've ever seen Andrew get excited about is transfemme June Egbert. It's clearly he's a fan and took the opportunity of someone declaring June real to nod his approval and confirm her transfemme identity as canon. Thor? That is not a good source. That is not a good source of someone, of fucking Aisha saying in a podcast. This is like, we're getting, like, this is like hearsay to like the nth degree. Hussey has declared some disgusting things as canon, as you know. I know, but those are influenced by him being an awful person.
Okay.
Plus, he didn't bring up the idea of her being transfemme. The fandom did. A fan declared it canon, and he confirmed it, thus making his decision an influence from the fandom. Emporicest was also a thing from the fandom. But anyway, this is not another one of his disgusting canons. This is actual canonization of a transfemme headcanon the fandom created.
I'm so heated. There's so many things in Homestuck that are canon, and people just ignore it, and it's gonna be so fun pointing all of that out.
How does this impact Homestuck and the future of Homestuck? The original Homestuck will remain untouched, but Homestuck 2 will include June Egbert's transition. Does it? Has it? Is it mentioned?
I don't think so!
Homestuck 2 is in canon, though, so her transition is dubiously canon. No, it isn't. Homestuck 2 is dubiously canon, but her transition is canon. Her transition was declared canon by the fandom and confirmed by Hussey. If Homestuck 2 and the epilogues were never released, she would still be canonically transfemme. She would just never get a canon story or design.
So, can I tell you this argument that someone on Twitter tried to use with me one time to convince me that June Egbert is canon?
We do have like a flowchart about the arguments. Yeah, this is a flowchart. Can I headcanon June as transmask? No, she is canonically transfemme. Why would you headcanon a transfemme as a transmask? It's extremely disrespectful, even if she's just a fictional character. Too bad. I love being transphobic and violent. Anyway.
This is why I have the bisexual Rose Lalonde headcanon.
Okay, here we go. A lot of people project onto their kin/comfort characters without erasing their canon identities. I understand being upset if you find out you can't project onto a character anymore, especially if you have a connection to them. But ignoring canon transfemme representation is extremely disrespectful and transmisogynistic to the character and transfemmes in general. Good.
Ooh, you mean how people ignore Vriska's bisexuality?
I'm gonna headcanon her as cis/transmask anyway. I can't stop you, but please try to understand how many transfemmes and many others will find erasing a canon transfemme identity very offensive and transmisogynistic. This card is meant to educate and possibly change minds, but if it doesn't, there's nothing I can do. Please use some self-reflection and realize why you persist headcanoning a transfemme as TME!
Oh!
This person uses TME. We know that they're poisonous.
Explodes
you with
into
my
a million
brain.
pieces.
What can I headcanon her as? Anything, as long as she's trans femme. As long as June is trans femme and the headcanon doesn't erase this, she can be headcanoned as lots of things. Examples include binary trans femme non-binary, trans femme agender, trans femme xenogender, etc. You can have fun with your identities while not erasing her trans femme identity. Can I interpret June
Notice how
and
they didn't
dead
use
name
the
as
word
different people? But that's
Oh.
but that's the thing, is that like I think that he said it because anything can be canon. This is just like an extension of everything is canon. No,
No.
there is no alternate universe where she isn't trans. June Egbert being a trans femme is universal canon and constant. This is something that was never said. The alternate universe excuse is transphobic itself because it implies that being trans is a choice, which it isn't. Even calling pre-transition her dead name is transphobic. They aren't separate people. The only person who could call them separate people is June herself, and we have yet to see that in canon.
Explodes this person with my mind.
Explodes this person with my brain.
So, yeah, that was the Homestuck fandom in that era. Literally the worst version of itself. And then they started to do it with other characters too. Can we talk about Vriska now and Kate Mitchell?
Yeah, we could talk about Vriska and Kate Mitchell.
Oh my god. When I tell you there has never been a force more sinister in an online social group, it was Kate Mitchell.
Imagine an artist this sinister looking. Okay. Hold on, I want to read back on chat. Was declared canon by the fandom. What does TME mean? Oh my god. Are we ready to crack up?
I wish that was me.
So TME means trans misogyny exempt, and it is in opposition to TMA, which means trans misogyny affected. Now, people will say that it just means trans feminine people and trans women who are affected by trans misogyny, and everybody else who isn't affected by trans misogyny. So women, like cis women, trans men, and cis men, which is fucking crazy to group them all together. But for one thing, but in effect, what TME and TMA means is like A, what's in your pants, and B, are you a trans man or a trans woman? And if you're one of those nasty little TMEs, shut up. So.
Oh yeah, the disgusting amount of disrespect the Homestuck fandom started to show trans masculine people and trans men in general did not get talked about enough and kind of got swept under the fucking rug.
No, you're right.
I was there. I was one of them.
Anyway, so what's up about Vriska? Let's talk about Vriska.
Vriska is a character. She is the ultimate character. She's the ultimate girl boss. Everyone should know who Vriska is because there's an archetype named after her. If a character gets called Vriska, a Vriska Kinney, they are the fan favorite.
Oh, that's flashing. You know what? Here's the thing. If you think about it, Light Yagami is a lot like Vriska Circuit.
Pause. I don't know anything about Death Note.
Okay, never mind then. But trust, I made a diagram, and it's better than anything a certain other person has ever made, and it's...
Here, I'll use one that everyone can probably understand. Katsuki Bakugo from My Hero Academia is like
absolutely. Okay. Alright, so, let's talk about Vriska.
First of all, Hussey made like a joke forever ago that Vriska was like his little waifu or whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone has done that. Let's not act stupid.
Yeah.
But also, Vriska just became such this huge, important character in the story that she just stayed alive because she was that important.
Yeah.
Me personally, I was the team of Vriska should die and stay dead.
Yeah.
That's why I think the Homestuck epilogues are just so bad.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So the thing with Vriska is that since she is this fan favorite character, people analyze her a lot. People impersonate her. Yeah, they impersonate her or some other way. And Kate Mitchell was one of those people. And Kate Mitchell tried to impose this headcanon about Vriska that she's like trans femme and like a lesbian, and like more power to you. Have your headcanons. I love your headcanons. Mwah mwah. But like Kate
That's
Mitchell was
interesting.
so vile and like what's the word? Vitriol?
Vitriolic, yeah.
Animosity. All of those words could apply to Kate Mitchell and how she would treat people who did not agree with her or even stood against her. She had her own mob behind her, basically. She was the mob.
Interesting. I mean, the thing with like, it's weird because they're like an alien race and they don't seem to have like gender doesn't really. I mean, like we do have like trans, like canonically trans characters like kind of Roxy, but we also have like Bombix from
The Hive Swap, yes.
here's the
Ooh,
only
that's a
canon.
good.
Here's the only canon trans character.
Also, the only trans character is Messy. He's messy, and people did not like that. He had two different versions of his route. One where it's just like, are you a little baby? Do you want this to be a book club thing? Or do you want the real party where he low-key tries to like drug you up and do the sex thing?
Oh my
He's
goodness.
problematic.
He is, but I love him.
He's great, actually. He cunty.
But like he
My
is
man.
I mean, like you could arguably argue that Roxy is also trans, but considering like she's only trans in one of the timelines, it's dubious. And even at that point, like the character isn't sure. But like Bombix is the only character that's been introduced that has always been and always intended
Trans.
to be trans. But people like to ignore him a lot.
Well, okay, he's trans, but there's also other trans Hive Swap characters, the non-binary ones.
Right? Yeah, you're
Can't
right.
believe we almost forgot about them. Goodness gracious.
The
The trash artist one. That's an all blood.
what's the name?
I forgot. I'm so like it's been so long.
Non-binary Hive Swap.
Yeah.
And these are like not like to the. Is it this guy?
Look, it's the first one that pops up. Yep, Charoon.
Is there any other
I'm like going psychic speed right now. I don't think so. There's these weird little Siamese twins that get referred to they them the whole time.
Yeah. In any case, the fact that like there's this weird, I don't know. It's just, I mean, like I like the idea of Vriska being trans. That's fun. It's weird to say that she's a lesbian though, when like almost all trolls are bisexual, and Vriska's
by default.
and like Vriska's shown interest in male characters before, including John and Tavros.
Aqueous. Aqueous.
Well, what about Aqueous?
She thought no. There literally was a moment in the Homestuck comic where Vriska was like, "Aqueous is kind of side eyes."
Vine boom. Yeah, but I think she kind of gave up on that. I mean, Aqueous is weird.
Aqueous is hella fucking weird.
I mean, like if any ship would be compet, it's Aqueous and Vriska. Because like they were neighbors and they were of a similar blood caste. It's like it's giving compet, but like the troll version of compet, where it's not really about heterosexuality. It's more about like, oh, we're the same blood type and we live in close proximity to each other and we know each other, so obviously we need to pair off together.
I like. Now we're gonna talk about ships. I like Equivris, but like Black Rom. Because you can make that work.
Interesting.
You absolutely can make that work.
But like you would
That's
get,
what's so fun
but
about
that fandom would kill you with hammers if you ever said that out loud in like a Homestuck space.
Oh, I know. You think that's bad? Oh my goodness. When I first started getting into Homestuck, one of the first ships that scratched my brain a little too good was, Lord forgive me, Crow Tuna.
Okay.
I gave everyone whiplash with that one.
Nah,
Yeah, 'cause
nah, you're good.
I like looked too deep into the alpha trolls because that's what I was hyper fixating on with Homestuck, and I like got all this little information about the alpha trolls past and all this stuff, and I'm just like, I can make this work. They're tragic yaoi.
You're so real for that.
Tragic yaoi. Kankri is a freak, by the way. Oh my goodness.
We have been talking about Homestuck for a while, so I think we're going to end this with one last question.
Okay.
What's the worst thing that ever happened to you in the Homestuck fandom?
The worst thing that's ever happened to me in the Homestuck fandom. I think it was someone telling me I deserved what happened to me as a kid. Because I didn't give a fuck about what people shipped or not. Actually told me I deserved it, and I was like, okay. It was a child. They were 15.
That's insane.
Probably even younger than that.
Can I share mine?
Go ahead.
Now, I've alluded to this before, but I'm finally going to be explicit about it. I got doxxed. I got doxxed, dude.
Oh my god.
Somebody went through I mentioned a project that, like, people did not like my Homestuck opinions. And I had mentioned a couple of times a project I was working on my Tumblr, on my first blog that I ever made. And also, like, my Tumblr URL had my chosen name in it. So they did the math and they found out where I worked. Because I worked for a studio at the time. And they sent my boss a bunch of not safe for work art that I had drawn. And said that that she should reconsider me being employed by her. Thankfully, she was like, I don't like that this happened, but I'm not going to fire you. But, like, make sure that people can't like connect this back to the studio again. And I was like, yes, ma'am. It was so embarrassing. I lie awake and think about that to this day. And yeah. So
not to say anything controversial, but there are a lot of people who did not get beat by their parents with a belt, and it shows.
Bruh.
not to be, but don't dox people. It's a crime. You can go to jail.
I believe this was because I was like, Kanaya is a lesbian and Dirk is gay, and like, you guys, like, you can do whatever you want, but like, you have to like recognize that like you are like those are characters that are established to definitely be homosexual, and like, you're erasing like for me it's like, oh, you can imagine whatever you want, but like at a certain point, like, you're being delusional if you don't recognize something as the truth, you know? Like this is that's just canon, but you can do whatever you want, but it's not, you know.
I respect that Kanaya is a lesbian in canon. I just think Kankar is great.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. It's just people. There's certain people that were like vying for that were vying for Dirk to like, you know, like Roxy and Dirk are going to be canon, and it's like, well, no, they're not, because he's gay.
Dirk Roxy.
He's gay.
He's gay.
He's gay, and he has said multiple times he's not interested in Roxy, but like, people were like really holding out hope for that one. And it's like, it's not gonna happen, dudes. Like, back then, like, now nobody argues that Dirk is gay, but like, back then, it's like people were saying, oh, he says, well, Hussey said homosexual, and you know, Dirk has said out loud that he's not attracted to women, but like, what if he was bisexual? And it's like, but he's not. But whatever, it's fine. Like, it's just interesting. Like, but that's what got me doxxed. It's not even me harassing other people over ships. It's me saying that, like, well, they're gay because they said they were gay. Like, this is something that Hussey has said and said in the text. So, yeah.
Yeah. Can I say one more thing before we close
Absolutely. Absolutely.
People who had influence over the fandom affected a way a lot of people perceive characters, and that's just the unfortunate truth. Like, no, like the Homestuck fandom is never going to be the same again because of these influences.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, there was a person who was famous, infamous even, for calling Tavros Nitrum a chaser and the abusive one in the wrist tab ship, and I had to sit down. I went outside. Outside that day.
I've never heard that. That's crazy.
Search up Tavros Chaser on Twitter.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
God.
That's all right.
Okay.
I don't use the bird site. I prefer it that way.
Site.
All right. Well, thank you. Is there any like YouTube channels or anything that you want to plug?
I got one YouTube channel. Let me get that bad boy.
Yeah, you could just
type it.
You can send it
in your YouTube chat.
Yeah, go for it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for reliving the glory days with me.
Yeah.
And I hope to talk to you again soon. And enjoy your stay on the server. I think I saw a little green new person next to your name.
Yeah, I'm the new person. This was great and awesome.
Oh, well, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
All right.
You want me to leave?
Yeah, get out of here. Get the heck out of here. Please. Okay, awesome. Let's see. Who else do we have raising their little hands? Oh, there's 6 people. All right. I'm going to take 2 more people. I'm going to take Boggle, and then I'm going to take Anne-Marie, and I'm going to take Raccoon. Boggle's listed as offline, though, so hopefully. There we go. Hello.
Holy shit, how do you follow up after Homestuck? God, I feel like the washed up band that has to follow fucking, I don't know, David Bowie.
Well, what do you want? Well, can you introduce yourself and tell me what you want to talk about?
Hello, my name is Boggle Wonk. That's spelled with 2 V's because it's funny.
It's very Homestuck of you.
I'm in a very small hatedom currently, but what I really want to talk about is the largest hatedom I've ever been in. The Warhammer 40,000 fandom.
Let's go. I know which one. I know which, you're talking about Arrowverse as well, aren't you? Or is it something else?
Absolutely, and if I would really love to show one of my creations off. I'm the only... But the Warhammer 40,000 is such a large franchise that it has many hatedoms. We have subdivided.
Impressive.
We delegate our hate.
Impressive.
You got the hatedom for the Space Marines. You got the hate specifically for the Ultramarines. For specifically the Space Wolves. For Chaos. For the Tau. Then you got the people who hate the Imperium. Then you got the people who just hate the company in general. That's everyone, by the way.
I tried to... I was talking about this earlier, but I misspoke. I said Warcraft. I meant Warhammer. I tried to get into Warhammer when I was younger, but the people that work at Games Workshop are weird and sweaty and were creepy to me. So I feel like I dodged a bullet.
I'd just get into the books.
No, I'm good. It's too late for me.
Are you sure I can give you some really toxic
No.
yaoi?
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'm really good.
Anyway, where to start?
And this is 40K specifically, right?
Yes. If we had all the shit it's the fandom has thrown over the years, we'd be here for the next 12 hours. Because Age of Sigmar is its own can of worms.
Okay.
Okay, so where to start? For everybody who doesn't know, Warhammer 40,000 is the setting that coined the term grimdark. That's its claim to fame.
Yup.
It created edgy bullshit in sci-fi. Well, really, it perfected it. Just saw the stream art. That's actually pretty great.
Nice, thank you. I
Right, so
picked
those
it
are the
myself out of
Tyranids.
Google.
Alright, so instead of just going through everything and being, okay, the storyline takes place 60 million years ago, I'll just use this art as a jumping off point.
Okay.
What we're seeing here is the Tyranids, these big alien-looking motherfuckers. Those are Ridley Scott copyright infringement.
Oh, awesome.
They haven't been pegged as that, but that's what they are. They're the xenomorphs.
Okay.
They don't really have a hate fandom, but the people they're fighting, those are the Ultramarines.
Okay.
Those are the front of the box guys. These are the mascots of the franchise. They are and this is among the Space Marines, who are in general the face of the franchise. Now, you've got a specific hatedom for these guys right here, because they never lose.
Mm-hmm.
They never lose. They're always on top. Most of the Space Marine books are about them, in my experience. And in general, nothing interesting can happen in the world without a single Ultramarine there.
Isn't a lot of Warhammer like about like imperialism and like war and like nobody's a good guy in Warhammer, from what I understand.
That's true. To me, Warhammer is about the absolute incoherence of authoritarianism.
Awesome.
And the societal, cultural decay that comes from these societies that must project militarism, that must stay traditional.
Interesting.
Like, these armors, they aren't even the peak of what humanity has achieved.
If you need to send me any images, go for it in the chat.
Anyway, yeah, that's the hatedom specifically for the Ultramarines.
Yeah.
They are the mascot boys, and nothing happens without an Ultramarine there because they have to be extra important.
Of course. And I have a question for you. Do you think that like the majority of Warhammer fans get it? Like get that it's like
Absolutely, but Warhammer does have a small but vocal minority of the most popular hatedom in the world, the Nazi Party.
Oh boy.
They don't get the joke. Or they do get the joke, but they like it unironically anyway.
Yeah.
And I don't want to talk about them. They're not fun.
Yeah. No, of course not.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Go on.
No, I was gonna say, so they're not quite like the Helldivers fandom.
No, not quite. Warhammer does sport quite a few Nazi. Is one of them so infamous that that Games Workshop sent a cease and desist to one of them, saying, "Get our company's name out of your fucking title."
Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
yeah, let's
anyway-
talk about the fun stuff, though. As it were.
Now to talk about Space Marines in general. As the mascot faction and the beginner faction a lot of people go to because they're really big and really easy to paint. In general, nothing happens without at least one Space Marine chapter unless it's something specifically focused on a different faction. And so, like, even when it's specifically focused on a different faction, there's probably going to be Space Marines there. And Space Marines can be very boring if you're not into warrior monks who are child soldiers, who's
Yep.
trained from a young age to give their lives for a war machine that never ends.
It sounds miserable, if I'm honest.
It is. Making a Space Marine is child abuse. On a systemic level.
I mean, I just meant in general, being a fan of Warhammer sounds miserable, but...
It is. But then we get in to a faction I like, some people don't. The Space Wolves. The Space Wolves have their own little hatedom. The Space Wolves are a Space Marine chapter that is very Norse. And their whole thing is just wolves, Thor.
They're wolfaboos.
Yeah, they're furries. I'm not gonna deny it. If something goes wrong in their gene seed process, that's how you create a Space Marine. They turn into weird wolf mutants.
Oh.
Yeah. My favorite character is something everybody actually likes. He's called Lucas the Trickster.
Okay.
But, yeah, with the Space Wolves, you've got the Wolf Guard, and the Wolf Father, and the Wolf. They're very one-note in that way, so they've got their own little hatedom. Also, they're a melee chapter, which, can drive a couple of people nuts because, well, frankly, melee factions don't always do great on the tabletop.
Yeah.
Lucas the Trickster is just Loki. He's here to have a good... His stated purpose is to, take people down a peg when their ego gets a little too big, because that's a big thing with the Space Wolves.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to have their own heroic saga and do the greatest deeds, and their egos get out of control. So he drops a beehive on one of them if he thinks they're getting a little too uppity.
Oh, perfect. I can see why he's your favorite.
But then we've got the Imperium in general, which it's got its own little hatedom from Xenos players, and Xenos is the catch-all term for anything that isn't humans or demons. So you got the space elves, you got the space orcs, you got the space fish people, you got the Ridley Scott copyright infringement, and depending on this faction in that, they get no attention. The Eldar, the space elves specifically, those fans can be so butthurt about the Imperium. Because for one, some Eldar models are old enough to drink.
Yeah.
I don't think you know what that means to a, Do you know what that means to a franchise that's built around tiny little men you paint? Things can get rough.
Yeah. Well, I know that there's like some of the contention that I've heard from this group, this fandom, is that like updates to certain minis, like they'll update. I was like, oh, this race of people are completely changing, so now you've got to get a bunch of new minis, or they're not accurate to the lore anymore. Like I've heard that be a point of contention.
Oh, that's the Primaris.
Yeah.
Those are the new Space Marines. The Space Marines GW pulled out of their ass because the models were getting a little old and they want to sell you something new.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we were talking about this with Magic the Gathering, where sometimes it feels less like they're coming up with new ideas and more like they're like, oh, we're making new things for the sake of getting people to buy more things.
The Primaris have their own little hatedom that's kind of gone away.
Okay.
People were just really bitter that it was clear it was pulled out of Games Workshop's ass. What are you talking about? They've always been here. We've just been waiting for this very tall man to come out of stasis so he can say, "Bring me my new armies."
I think we have somebody that would also like to join us to talk about this specifically.
Absolutely. If I'm getting anything wrong, they can correct me.
So can I bring them in?
Absolutely. Hello, my
hello,
fellow
Boggle.
sweaty
I heard you
nerd.
talking Warhammer, and I was like, oh my gosh, I absolutely have to get in this.
We're basically just going down the list of mini hatedoms Warhammer has subdivided into. Because there's not just
believe me.
one.
I can talk so much about this, believe me. Let's get started with, have you both heard of the fantasy side of Warhammer?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Yes.
Oh.
There is at least two separate stories I can tell with this. The first being, there is a not insignificant number of people who are extremely upset that 10 years ago fantasy was basically discontinued for its shinier, more chrome cousin, Age of Sigmar.
Yeah, fantasy got nuked into oblivion, and all of your minis that you've been collecting for decades are now worthless, and you have to collect the new things.
Yeah, my ex was into Warhammer Fantasy before it got nuked.
Ooh. Ouch.
My favorite series in Warhammer, Gotrek and Felix, is Warhammer Fantasy.
Oh, I have so much sympathy for you both. I know of at least a couple apocryphal stories of people literally just piling their miniatures up and setting them on fire as a form of protest.
Well, you're just I hate that. I hate that. This just like when people would like throw out their shoes because like you're not doing anything. You already gave them money. That's what they want you to do. You freaking fools.
Remember when the Tokyo Ghoul kids burned all their mangas?
Ugh. You already bought and paid for it.
I loved the Tokyo Ghoul kids. They were so fucking stupid, but anyway.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
No, the company has a tendency to say, hey, you bought this, but we'd like you to buy this new shiny thing. So, give us your money or we'll stab you.
Yeah.
At least that's what it feels like sometimes.
And it can be very expensive. I'm going to send Krim an image.
Oh gosh. Which
just
model
keep
is it?
talking until I find it.
And like the Games Workshop, unlike Wizards of the Coast, the Games Workshops, they were like locations that like you were encouraged to go and play Warhammer rather than like so if you like show up at a Games Workshop looking to play and you don't have new figures, they might not let you play because it's the same company. Like it's not like a third party where I'm going to the comic book shop and I'm going to play D&D or Magic the Gathering and they're going to run it. It's like Games Workshop, like,
You want to
hosts
talk about
a lot of the
miniatures?
games.
I sent you what I believe is the $2,000 miniature.
Oh, you sent it to me privately.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my god.
It is the size of an actual baby.
Do you have one without the baby? Just because I don't like posting pictures of underage people on my live chat.
Fair enough. The baby's just for scale. I'll find something else.
What happened to bananas? Honestly,
Banana for scale? You'd need several bananas.
At least 3, though probably not more than 4.
but yeah, do
Yeah,
you have an image
the
of it
last
by
time-
itself?
I have another one. I'm not sure if it's official or not, but
We could talk about how miniatures generally are something like a 500% markup from the cost of plastic to produce.
absolutely. But these miniatures can get absurdly priced. What I sent you is called a Titan, and it is frankly absurdly expensive. It's
It
just
is literally
ridiculous, and they
cheaper.
will ask you to buy a new one because they destroyed the old model in canon. I'm sorry, this is not viable at Games Workshop retailers anymore. You cannot play this while you're here. We have
Oh my
decided it is no
goodness.
longer valid.
They just decided. Like, the fact that they can do that is crazy to me. Oh, here we go. Open in browser.
I believe in the newest fantasy game that they re-released not too long ago, half of the factions are now quote-unquote legends, as in they're claiming they won't support them, they're not going to update them, they released a one-and-done rule set, yada yada yada. Which means they took approximately... So, backing up a bit, we're pretty sure this was basically a marketing decision and not like a game decision, because the rules themselves are pretty good. But what we think happened is basically the marketing studio looked at this game coming out, looked at the new fantasy they have, where it's like all these other fancy vampires and miniatures that people could technically use in this old game, and went, absolutely not. You cannot use this in a third game. We want people to buy miniatures exclusively for one game and not share them across. If they do that, it messes up our spreadsheet and we have to, pee and poop about it.
Okay. Just one pause for 1 second. Anthony Gramulia, thank you for the super chat. Just jumping in now. I feel that Warhammer is just too expensive for me to justify playing. I have a buddy who went to tourneys. It felt too restrictive, in my opinion. Only play here. No 3D printing. Thank you.
Yeah, so the company is dog shit, and the Hatedom for that for that particular side is the only thing shared across all groups. No matter who you are, you hate the company if you're a Warhammer fan.
And if you don't, people give you a bit of a side eye.
You know what? When I was first trying to get into it, that was not the impression that I got, but that was also a long time ago.
You were in an
so-
official store.
I mean, like, yeah.
Online spaces are very different.
Yeah, that makes sense. But like, yeah, that was a long time ago. So like over like 13, 14 years ago. So yeah, it's been a while. Anyway.
But to move on to my favorite mini Hatedom.
Yes.
Pirate will know all about this.
Oh no.
Tell Krim how much people hate the Tau.
Oh, well, it's a bit of a horny hate, because on the one hand, you have all kinds of frankly atrocious pornography drawn of them across the interwebs, and yet at the same time,
Lore
anytime-
inaccurate pornography.
Oh no.
the worst sin in that. Yes. And on the other hand, every time you get a mention of these guys on Reddit, anywhere on Reddit that I've seen, you get 1,000,001 comments saying, haha, space fish communist, lol, with like 30 upvotes each.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Tau were originally created to get weebs into Warhammer. That is their sole purpose.
Which
They're
so it seems like they
TAO?
succeeded.
TAU.
Okay.
Gundams, but in space.
Ooh.
Yes. They even wholesale stole designs from a couple of animes, I think.
Yeah.
But this was like, I think the early 2000s to the 90s. Nobody was checking up. Nobody cared. But people hated the Tau originally because their whole thing is the greater good. What is the greatest good for the galaxy?
Well, that kind of goes against Warhammer, but okay.
Yeah, that's the complaint. They were too good. They were too perfect. So now Tau are mind-controlled slaves that don't know they're slaves. They're actually
Came up in the style of
biologically
1984.
they are biologically driven to create order, or because they go insane without it.
Oh, like beavers. Sorry, that was a silly
Okay, but
biology
actually, I would
joke.
love it if Tau were just space beavers who got a little out of hand.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen, you can see all the anime shit. It's very anime. I think they were also trying to branch out to the Japanese audience.
Yeah, that
Most
makes
of the
sense.
time.
Because Magic the Gathering did that with Dual Master or whatever.
But
to
the
a
thing
lot of
about
success.
Warhammer is, I don't think they'll ever quite crack the
No, I don't
Japanese
think
market.
so.
It's a little too in your face.
Yeah, I don't think it's really like. Yeah, it's a little too dark. I think. Not that there isn't. It's dark
It's
in the wrong.
aggressive.
It's dark and aggressive in the wrong way.
Yeah. But people hate these guys. There's a lot of jokes about haha, no melee, because Tau are the ranged focus faction. If they get up if you get up close, you're killing a Tau. For a while there, they had a railgun that could fire once, I think, and delete whatever mini it wanted, essentially. I think that's how it worked. I don't play tabletop, but people
Oh no, that
were
absolutely was
really
a thing for a while. You
people
had a
were
single
really
tank with
mad
a gun
about
that could
that.
annihilate a star. Yes.
But people also don't like the Tau in general because, well, as a faction, they're canonically very small, and they really wish the Imperium would just wipe them out. They don't understand that the Imperium is stretched so thin across the entire galaxy that they cannot bring their full force to bear on any one threat.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's so much. Then we've got Chaos. Chaos is a can of worms. Cadia stands.
If you talk to a Chaos fan, they will say they have not won a single thing in the entire 30 years of Games Workshop history.
Cough, the entire end times for fantasy.
Can I ask a question that might be contentious?
Absolutely.
If you guys aren't comfortable answering this, or if it's too much, then it's fine. What the fuck is up with the whole Slaanesh thing?
Oh,
that's a good question. Horny people on the internet getting the idea of desire wrong, I imagine.
Excess specifically. It's excess in all things.
And, well, I mean, Rule 34 is a thing.
I'm worried about even Googling this.
Please don't. Value your sanity.
Slaanesh is the chaos god of excess, of pain, of pleasure, in all things. In perfectionism, in greed, in lust, in gluttony. Sometimes in virtue. You can be virtuous to a point where you're feeding into Slaanesh, because the way gods work in Warhammer is belief feeds them, and in the case of the Chaos gods, the shit they feed off of is human emotion.
Okay.
Maybe I misunderstood, Krim. Do you know what Slaanesh is, or is it just something you're finding out right now?
No, I'm aware of Slaanesh vaguely. I'm just... Is this AI?
Essentially, go on.
Well, because like I see like this version of the character, but then I also see like this is not the same person. This is not the same. Like what's there seems to be different interpretations of this character, and like nobody can seem to agree on it. And like I'm just wondering if it's a controversial figure in.
It's not really.
Yeah.
Slanesh is just kind of funny, ha, horny in the fandom.
Okay.
It's a
Interesting.
lot more complex, but the thing about Slanesh is her demons and followers are absolutely disgusting, but they have this kind of fairy glamour that makes you think they're beautiful.
Ah, interesting.
Let me
Yeah.
send you a picture really quick, Krim, in the main chat, perhaps to illustrate.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the thing about Slanesh, when you make a god of success, that kinda means you're gonna have followers who think Cenobites are vanilla.
Okay. Okay. Where did you send it, pirate?
I'm pulling it up now. Just give me a moment.
Gotcha.
Un momento. I've got it, but it should illustrate reasonably well, albeit at a low pixel quality, what we're talking about.
Boy. Oh boy.
Oh,
If I
what
thought
am I gonna
if
be
I
saying?
thought if I
It's a
thought
model.
if I thought I was hemorrhaging fucking watchers before.
I can't even see it yet.
Okay, I just sent it.
Oh yeah, the androgynous daemonette. I think that's what that is.
Keeper of Secrets, to be specific.
Keeper of Secrets.
Based.
Yeah.
If you get into pretty leftist circles, I suppose you could find a certain hatedom critiquing the sort of androgynous slash horny presentation of Slanesh, both by Games Workshop and the community. There could be some really interesting discussion there, but it's rather fringe.
I just think it's really funny that there's one pectoral and one boob.
They do that with a Yu-Gi-Oh character as well. What's her name? I can't remember what her name is. Yubel.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah, they did it with Yubel as well, but they censored it in the West.
Are we forgetting any major hatedoms in Warhammer before we go any further?
I mean, depends on how many grains of sand are in the sea, you know?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's something we've missed.
The only thing I can really think of right now that's somewhat concurrent is Custodes, but
There's, a whole deal about
that was
adding
just
female models into the range. But, whew, I don't know if I'm qualified
I'll be
to talk
real,
about that.
that was just getting rid of the tourists. Warhammer needs gatekeeping. It's one of the communities I'd say that kinda needs it. Specifically to keep the chuds out.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
I wish it wasn't that way.
No, I know I understand where you're coming from with that, though.
There are a great many videos on YouTube purporting to know exactly what Henry Cavill is planning to do with his Warhammer show on Amazon. Most of them claim he's going to, quote, get out the woke, unquote, despite not having a single official source.
I would say that considering Warhammer is dealing with almost like a criticism of imperialism and authoritarianism, that that's
exactly what it is.
You can't really make it unwoke. It's pretty woke at its root, you know. But
there's an entire faction that's just Starship Troopers.
I feel
Sorry about that,
I
Boggle.
feel like when people say that, they're just like, get the women and the transgenders out of here. That's usually what that actually means.
That's funny because I've always thought you could make a case for transmasc space marines.
Oh yeah.
Because Space Marines, it's all about taking this person and filling them with the special hormones to make them larger and stronger.
Too bad that like Warhammer is not about playing a very specific singular character. It's about having a bunch of guys, but you know.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is genuine. Go on.
No, I was just gonna say I think there should be more Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer crossover because I see that sometimes, but not often enough.
It would be deeply, deeply funny.
It would be because they're kind of antithetical to one another, but I fuck with that kind of.
I have to go soon.
Okay.
However,
I'll drop out as well.
I'd like to use my plug, my
Okay.
single plug,
Okay.
to show off some brain rot.
Okay, you can drop that in the chat if you like. But yeah, just explain what your plug is.
Okay, my channel name is Bogglevonk. That's with 2 V's because it's funny. Yeah, all I've got is shitty memes about the Arrowverse up currently. Also, some Bible Man.
Oh boy. I think I can probably find it if you don't have the link ready.
There's the link. But I intend to make real videos at some point. I have no idea on what or when, but I will. If you like me rambling, then please go subscribe to the channel. Also, subscribe to Crim's channel if you're not subscribed right now. Go subscribe to Crim.
Thank you.
Alright.
All right. You have a good one, Boggle. What about you, Pirate? Is there anything that
Is
you
that
would?
a sniper?
What?
Oh, that was clever. I have nothing to plug. I wish to remain entirely anonymous.
Sure,
Subscribe
okay.
to Prim people, and I would like to apologize for my probably terrible mic quality.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much.
Have a nice night.
Bye-bye. All right. Awesome. Thank you too. All right. Boggle makes me laugh. All right, we are going to take on our last caller for the night. Sorry, everybody, we are closing in on 4 hours. And then we have like our Sunday stuff, and I have an announcement to make after this. So for now, I'm going to take Raccoon Warlock in. Everybody else, sorry, we just don't have enough time to get to everybody. Womp. Hello.
Hello, motherfuckers. We're talking about Voltron.
Oh boy.
But before we get to that, I want to give a shout out to Val. Because Val, either stop reading my mind and get out of my head, or start paying rent. Because all of the things that you have been bringing up in the call-in chat have been like the things that I want to talk about as well. So
I mean, like, we can have more if you're wanting to talk about the same stuff, we can have more than one person on at a time, but that's up to you. You're the guest right now. Do you want me to?
Yes, I would like to have Val here because Val is like thinking about all of this not from within a fandom, but from like what socio-political influences are creating these ideas.
Ooh, yeah, let's get into it. Hi, Val.
Hello. Yeah, so oh my god, goodness gracious, when I saw that Crim was going to be covering the phenomenon of how fandoms foster this reality of hostility, especially within the last, like, I want to say 10 years, 15 years, how a lot of people in fandom spaces, which much of us identify as the left, whether it's like left libertarian, left authoritarian, but despite much of us identifying as the left, there is a lot of infighting within online fandom spaces. Unfortunately, now, if you go on like TikTok, Tumblr, Twitter, regardless of the social platform, you'll also notice that there are quite a few people who are actually not joining fandoms or even declining medias themselves entirely. Not even because of the medium is bad, but just because the reputations of these fandoms.
Mhm. Yeah. I save my fandoming for Discord and safer areas than Tumblr and stuff these days. Just because it's so vitriolic. It's so some of these people are so vile. I'm sure
Right.
you both heard my previous story about what happened to me in the Homestuck
About
fandom.
Yep.
So anyway,
But
let's talk.
the thing I wanted to because from season 1 to season 6, I was in the goddamn Voltron trenches.
Me too, girl. Ah! Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Like when Voltron was like first released, that first season, that was 2016.
Yeah. That was
Where the election
yeah.
between Trump and Hillary was happening. And a lot of people were becoming, a lot of primarily white people were becoming more socially conscious
Yeah.
of the way that American society is built.
Yeah.
And for the like teenagers especially, I think like trying to be good people, they kind of internalized all of that, but to
Yeah.
such an extreme.
It's like they take it to an extreme that they kind of come off or they adopt right wing rhetoric.
Think of the
Well,
children.
yeah.
Ugh.
Well,
Personally,
I mean,
personally
we're
speaking, like I wasn't into Voltron. I wasn't like directly engaging with the show just because at the time, like I didn't have I didn't have access to Netflix. However, I was very much online when the fandom was around. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Raccoon, but like I want to say 2018, 2019.
it started 2016 and ended around 2018, 2019.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
Which,
no,
like,
same.
insane to have 8 seasons release in 3
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, I wasn't in Voltron at all. However, I was also online, where a lot of the discourse was going around, where a lot of hostility between fans. There were even rumors where some of the more angrier people in the fandom, they were like blackmailing the studio behind
Mhm.
the show. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's something I mentioned
Okay, no,
earlier.
this is something I want to bring up because we can prove this happened because it got reported in, like, official news.
No.
It was not blackmail. A teen fan, while on a tour of the DreamWorks studio, broke into the office where the storyboards for the show were being held, like, took photographs of them, and were basically holding them hostage until they made Clance canon.
Yeah, that was the threat. Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't even talking about I was talking about when they were threatening to like do things to the creators' young kids. Yeah, saying that
Oh,
on
that's
Twitter.
that's a story that gets perpetuated in every fandom, so, like that one I take with a grain of salt.
I could go I've seen the tweets. I mean like I guess I don't have the evidence pulled up in front of me right now, but if you're willing to trust me, that one was real, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, because like I know like at least 3 different fandoms off the top of my head that had the whole something dangerous inside of a cake thing given to the creators.
I don't know if the needle cookies
Like, it's
thing was
fine.
real, but the
glass cupcakes, those were not real.
no. But the threatening the writers' children was real, unfortunately. The needle cookies were contested, but the threatening the children of the creators was not. That one was pretty heavily agreed on to be real, and I've seen the tweets myself, so yeah.
But well, the thing I wanted to talk about was like a big part of what has spawned out of the Voltron fandom, and they were not the only perpetrators, but they were some of, excuse me, the biggest source group for the ground zero here. That's words that make sense.
Of what?
Of fandoms politicizing internal beef.
Yes. No, definitely, absolutely. I would agree with
Yeah,
that
or
one.
they're trying to like psychoanalyze it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a very personal story on how I've started to see a lot of negative, like toxic hostility within fandom spaces, because like I was on Tumblr for 10 years. I've seen this kind of hatred, this really disproportionate hatred over like how people consume ships, entire characters, or even the canonical events of a source media.
Mm-hmm.
um i've seen um I've seen fandoms where I want to say 15 years ago, where most of it took place in like online obscure like community forums, or even DeviantArt if you're going that far.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yes, there was like shipping discourse, or like how you read the text, you know, how another fan has read or interpreted this new episode or this season, what may have you, whatever. You know, it was it was more like internet slap bites and just calling each other like stupid or you're wrong, and that was it. But only semi recently I started seeing people in fandom, again, regardless of which fandom it was, there are some fandoms that are really notable for this. So like, you know, it was Voltron. I've seen a little bit of it in like Osamatsu-san. Currently, this is very
Oh
yeah.
God, fucking Osamatsu-san.
Yeah, currently I'm seeing a lot of this in the Genshin Impact fandom. Or
Yup.
like, yeah, Genshin Impact, Has Been Hotel, even South Park if you're going that far.
Twisted
But
Wonderland is one that does it too, but it's not as big, I think.
right. But regardless of what fandom that you're in, now it's like it's incorrect, wrong, or whatever of how you want to digest from the source text. Or let's say you want to produce your own fan work or fan project, whether that's like a fanfic, that's fan art, or even like a fanzine. I love fanzines. I think they're super awesome. Um, but you know, regardless of the fan work, again, fan work, where you know, where the author or the creative is not gaining any incentive off of it, they're not even trying to make it mainstream or public. But just because of this particular fan working existing now, there's quite a few people in these fandoms where they will improperly use a lot of like clinical language to justify, oh, you shipped that or you read it like that, you are wrong, and here is why, and you're stupid, and get out of my, you know, get out of my house kind of thing. um this kind of thing, I've observed of it uh for so many different types of fiction, even when the fiction or the fan work in question is very clean, it's very safe for work.
Yeah, you
But
can sense
yeah,
it. Dude, I was like,
Yeah.
when Digital Circus came out, my third eye opened, and I'm like, the fandom for this is gonna be rancid, and I was fucking right. It is rancid.
Right. Yeah.
And
But
then
for
oh god, I was gonna say it
yeah,
was
but for some
rancid for
reason, like some
when.
fandoms just get like really uppity.
Go ahead, Raccoon.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say it was rancid very quickly after Digital Circus. It was almost immediately rancid for Welcome Home. Just
Yeah.
Oh my
mm.
god, welcome home mention. Slay.
Side note, never consumed Welcome Home. I know nothing about that nonsense.
I have, and like the discourse regarding that community online, it is a mess. But yeah, I never fully participated in this kind of discourse myself, just because like I was super shy in online spaces. I generally operated with having like a very few close friends within my circles and carefully curating that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That's the best way
but
to do it.
Right, right. Like, hey, you don't like something that someone else made, or, you don't like how they ship or group up with these characters. You don't have to start witch hunts. You don't have to, get to be like a big stinker about it. There's a cool, awesome thing, and it's called the block button. And you don't have to see that, Pookie. Like, I swear it's free, it's awesome, and it's very helpful. Um,
As much as I believe that, like, art, like, for this sake, I'm using capital A, art and politics do bleed into each other
right.
consistently. The idea that stemmed out of, excuse me, like, fan spaces for shows like Voltron and Steven Universe, and just like those shows that were happening around the 2010s, especially after the 2016 election. The idea that you have to politicize everything is a lot more damaging than it is constructive,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
which is really the stem of all of
yeah.
the current hatedoms.
Well, the thing is that you're putting the onus on the fan, where it's like, yeah, you are saying something by making one of your main characters in this cartoon gay. That's awesome. Like, that's representation. But, like,
Yeah.
when you get into transformative works, like, nobody's gonna care if you make a fan fiction of Shiro and Keith kissing, Lance and Keith kissing, Shiro and Alora kissing. Like, nobody actually cares. Like, that's not how that works. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to like
Oh, absolutely.
the Sheath or the Shiro and Alora thing, or the Lance and Keith thing, and I don't. But like, it's not the same as making Shiro gay in canon. Like, it's not the same thing.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
no, absolutely. But like that, the whole Sheath versus Clans debate was one of the major parts of it that I wanted to bring up.
Okay, go the fuck off.
Spill the
I
tea.
think that is really one of the big sources of the whole pro versus anti debate.
Yeah, I
I'm,
don't want to get
I'm-
into detail about pro versus anti.
And you don't have to.
It's just,
Yeah,
it's
we're not
so
going to.
contentious, and people talk about some really gross things. But yeah, the fact that it all came from these two pairings, and like the whole grilling, this like, oh, but how old is Shiro really? How old is he? How old is he? How old is he? And then like somebody's like, I don't know, like 25 or something, and then that was taken as canon, despite, and there was like this assumption that it was predatory.
And then it all became even messier when they were officially given ages.
And then like Keith spent some time, like, I feel
in
like
a
it's
handbook,
like in like a
not even in the
time.
source material.
Well, also like Keith was spent some time in like a time dilation situation to age him up, and it felt at the time that they were doing that to make Shiro and Keith's relationship less contentious. But then like like how else is the fandom supposed to interpret that, right? Because like the artists had been like drawing Shiro and Keith as a couple and like saying it was their favorite ship, and like people were convinced, but the Clance people did not like that.
Nope, they didn't.
Yeah, and I in my opinion,
And they started pointing the pedophilia finger.
the pedophilia finger was disgusting, honestly,
Right.
because that's what happened to me. I was just like enjoying my time, drawing my yaois. It was
Oh, me
just
too.
it was just you know what? It was just them kissing, sitting on a cliff, looking at the sunset. And people started telling me that I was a pedophile. I was like, "What are you talking about? These are two adult men. What do you mean?" Yeah,
Frankly,
it was
I
bad.
personally didn't get ever invested in the fight going on because I was shipping the most based ship, Keith and Hunk. But
That is a good ship. But the thing is though, that
watching
like
from the sidelines was insane.
I got a little heated because like I don't like it when people accuse me of liking kids. That's uncomfortable.
Yeah, or like not just like, the whole PDF file or whatever TikTok wants to say, like that particular accusation, but like any really serious dangerous accusation that can like easily hurt, a lot of people, especially when, a
Yep.
lot of people within fandom spaces are AFAB trans, they are like a person of color. They, some of them may even be like, like trauma survivors, and they are safely using fiction, to
But
understand the
but
historic like events that happened to them.
even beyond that, there was nothing there that wasn't like even a thing in this example. Like it was levied against these people for no reason. Like there was no
Right.
there was no reason to even go there, and yet they did. And
Right.
like
It was just because you like these two character smashing mouths.
and like the thing that and like I never expected like my expectation was that it was going to be open ended because I didn't expect like romance to go any more in depth than something like Avatar did because it was the same company. So like I was like the most we're kind of get is maybe if we're lucky what Korra and Asami got. Maybe if we're lucky. Um that whole thing like like that's what I was assuming we would get maybe, but I know that like the response to gay men is a lot different than the response to lesbians. Like lesbians are easy to consume, whereas like gay men are accused of being predators, and there's problems with
Right.
both. There's problems with both, but like
The
like
the whole idea of
infantilization of
lesbians
women.
being more palatable is the idea that women on women like things are created for the male gaze, but
well, and also
which
like
is really the core of that.
there has to be something predatory going on with man on man, right? There's that assumption. Like
Yeah.
and it's harmful to both groups, honestly. But the fact that like that like like I was thinking is like, oh, they're just gonna like have adventures in space together and that's like their happy ending. That's what I assumed. That's what I thought was
That's
gonna
what
happen.
everybody assumed when the show started.
But the way they ended it was so bad.
Because around like season 3, season 4, it became a Tom Clancy novel. And we're all asking, why are we still here?
Yeah. Yeah.
For the audience, who I imagine are younger and are not familiar with Tom Clancy, he is an author that like writes primarily. God, if I could speak, like
we need to old yeller
action
Tom Clancy.
thrillers in the theme of like supporting the status quo of the United States government as it exists.
Yeah, we need to old yeller Tom Clancy. It's he's done. We're done. We're done. You're
I'd
done.
put Dean Koontz on that list. Anyways.
Oh, my mom reads Dean Koontz, but that's okay. She's not here.
Well, here's a weird evangelical freak, so I'm not sorry.
No, that's okay. My mom prefers Stephen King. We won't get into that though. Anyway.
Yeah, anyways, like I don't even feel like unpacking the LOTOR of it all.
Oh my god, Lotor. You were done
We're
so
not. I
dirty.
know.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, I don't like LOTOR, but that's...
I mean, like, you know me. You know what I like. You know who I am.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've heard you talk about Gojo, even though you've never watched that show.
I mean, I'm also like super into Erebos from Dragon Prince and Ansem from Kingdom Hearts. Like, you know.
Yes, from season 1, people have been horny for Erevo, so you're fine.
Dude, white hair anime boys, amazing. Make them purple. Hi. Anyway. But
You can
anyway.
like, yes, you do the cooking. Yes, you do the cleaning.
Yeah, very much that. But anyway, but like people, it's so frustrating that people can't just have fun like that. It's just relax. Can everybody just calm down? Like, why does it have to dissolve into like hatred every single time?
May I?
Absolutely,
May
Val.
I? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna
No, go
ask,
ahead.
very briefly. Oh, Krim, I relate to you a lot. On my questions and like my reaction to all this over, of this like anger and this hostility that comes with like fandoms just based on like how you read or consume the source text, or like how you want to create a new story that diverts from the source text. May I also share my example
Absolutely.
within one particular fandom? Okay. Um
Mhm.
so for all of my mecha lovers out there in the chat, um I really like Transformers more than meets the eye.
We were talking
Anywho,
about Transformers earlier.
oh my god, I missed that. No. Anywho, I'm very young into the Transformers fandom just because all my life I've mostly participated in like Japanese, Korean and Chinese fandoms. I simply didn't dip my toes into like American or like North American based properties just because there are some properties like Transformers or Voltron that have like a very long history, and there's like 40 to 50 years worth of content to go to, and I got really intimidated by that. um
That's
Anywho, just
fair.
yeah. Anywho, I put on my big boy pants and I asked my partner, hey, you're really into Transformers, how does one get into Transformers? And he gave me like this very very simple list of where to start, how should I start it, and which particular media should I want to invest in depending on what I'm looking for. Because like different continuities provide different stories, so he's like, there's no right or wrong way, you just choose. So I'm like, slay. And and of course I start with the original like 1984, 1985 version, and then eventually I tried like the newer stuff. Anywho,
Makes sense.
how I really connect with Krim
Oh,
on like
can I just make one real quick joke?
yeah.
There's no right way to get in to start in Transformers, but there is a wrong way, and it's by starting with the Michael Bay movies. I can tell you that for
Yes.
free.
No,
Yes.
Moving on.
no, because we had this whole discussion with Swamping Lover, and that's how they got to do it. Be nice.
Hollywood, why would you do this?
Be
Hollywood,
nice.
come
Be
on.
nice. Be kind. Be kind.
I am being kind.
But yeah, on how I relate to Krim a lot with his story in like fandoms, and how fandom, well, online, Krim, I can't say if you've experienced this in person. Um, I somewhat have. But there is this space on fandoms where you just cannot have fun, and you have to be really careful now on how you want to digest the source media, based on this unspoken criteria.
Yep.
um I I really like pairing Megatron and Optimus Prime together, just
Yeah.
because I really like the idea and the dynamic of like lovers to enemies, or like enemies to lovers. And I'm
Some of the most toxic yaoi.
toxic yaoi. Yeah, so when I want to explore different ideas that, like, hey, maybe Hasbro didn't explore their relationship together as much as I thought they would, and maybe I'm just personally not satisfied with the canon source media. So as a fan within the online community, I create my works as authentically, as it comes from my heart. Even if my fan work is not like even NSFW, it can be absolutely clean under any, on like a, on a visual eye. Let's say, there are some people who have also attacked me. um and I was accused of like normalizing abusive relationship
Oh
dynamics,
my
and
god.
yeah, and I asked that one person, I'm like, may I ask how? Like, may I ask where? Because you know, I I draw a lot of like Optimus and Megatron like kissing, like holding hands, and they're like cuddling. That's it. Um, and they try to use or dishonestly argue with the source text. They're like, they, like, yeah, these two are constantly fighting each other. They're going at each other's throats. Why would you even depict them at all to be
Mm.
lovers?
Can I?
And I'm like, yeah.
Sorry, if you finish off your thought. I thought it was getting in there when you were done your thought. You go
No,
ahead.
no, 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 you're good. Yeah. So anyway, I'm just not sure. I think a lot, I think there's a reason why a lot of people get really hostile and angry, almost as if they are policing and over investigating fan works. Even when a lot of these fan works, they don't gain a lot of major attraction. They don't, realistically influence how the public sees that community, because
Yep.
yeah, because that is more of the function of like the source media. That's why we love seeing like queer coding in like major source shows, like movies or whatever. We don't really make a fuss or outcry about that with obscure fan works.
No.
But I think
Wait,
uh but
I just realized something. Can I like introduce a new idea?
Yeah.
yeah.
I think another big part of this over policing in fandoms is that a lot of people are scared of being like the brownies, which is an entire mess.
Mm.
Yes. Oh
Not
yeah.
going to fully unpack, but
Yeah.
But yeah, like going back to my thing, I promise I will wrap it up. Anywho,
no, you're good.
I think a lot of the reasons as to like why people feel motivated to over police, to over investigate, and looking for some opportunity to welcome this space of bullying, harassment, and online abuse over these really obscure fan works. I think it's because a lot of people they feel as if they need control. They need
Yep.
control over a particular community. My friend who studies a lot in sociology, I also had to reach out to her on like why she thinks online communities kind of operate this way recently. And she concluded a theory that a possibility was just like a lot of very young people in fandoms, they want like a sense of control or justice. This is heavily accelerated if the particular fan is going through some kind of external pressure. So whether they are going through something at home, they have a lot of academic pressure, and they they seek control, even if that means punching down at
Yeah.
at someone who wrote toxic yaoi, toxic yuri. Even when that storyline or even that piece of fan work, it's not going to reach the masses, as like, let's say, 50 Shades of Grey, as a fan work. um and I don't think a lot of people understand, or they even underestimate, that this contributes to like a lot of infighting, especially in leftist spaces, because they're trying to over politicize everything, And additionally, one of their tactics is just, at least for my particular situation with the Transformers thing, it's like they are poorly or dishonestly using the canon text source and being like, ha, got him, like, this is why you can't enjoy this character at all. You can't like this. Yeah, it's like you can't like this character at all. It's like I don't even want you having your own headcanon that's completely differing from the source text. Just because the source text was problematic, you cannot interpret them or enjoy them in any other way. As harmless and PG-13 as it may be. So I do relate to you a lot, like Krim, on like, hey, I also got dangerously falsely accused of this one thing, not because of what I actually said about other people or what I personally believed in for other people, but just because I drew this, just because I drew two robots kissing.
Good grief. Did you have something to say, Raccoon?
Yeah. I mean, just gonna say that the idea of fandoms disliking what is happening in a thing is just always the cycles in which we repeat ourselves are vast and annoying and infinite.
Speaking of, related to that,
because
go ahead. You keep going.
An example, because during the late 70s and throughout the 80s, there were people who were writing into Marvel offices trying to get Chris Claremont off the X-Men comics, and those are some of the best comic books that have ever been written. Even if there are points where he should be fairly criticized.
Yep. Well, people were, even before they did the vote for it, people wanted Jason Todd dead. That was a fucking whole ass kid character.
Well, they
got what they
that
wanted.
I blame more on Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah, but still, like, writing in and telling somebody to kill this character off is icky.
Oh no, people sent in drawings of Chris Claremont burning at the stake.
That's fucked. Oh my goodness. I do have something to bring up.
Because he was
Go ahead.
Introducing a bunch of like powerful femdoms and characters that were not the original 5 X-Men.
Oh my god.
And also they were criticizing the mutant metaphor.
Yeah, I wonder,
because that's frankly, Xavier kind of sucks.
Yeah, I mean, there's issues with the character, but I don't know. I think it's like representation is always going to be messy sometimes, and I think the messier ones tend to have more sauce. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh god, there is a character that is so messy.
There was one, before we get into that, there was one thing that I kind of wanted to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice any parallels, perhaps through lines or even pipelines, between this like over-analysis of fandoms and like transvestigation?
Yes. I have a whole PowerPoint on this.
Oh, of course.
Like, he's like, yeah. I
mean, I don't think it's limited to just trans people, but yeah, it's very obviously there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm speaking about, like, do you know what I mean by transvestigation?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Raccoon.
Trying to unpack whether somebody is trans in order to harass them.
Well, it's this belief, it's a very specific belief, that all celebrities are trans. That they're as they call them, inverted males and inverted females. That they're trying to control the world with, and then there's like, and then of course it always comes back to fucking anti-Semitism, because when doesn't it?
Seriously?
Yeah,
I thought that one Rihanna picture was a joke.
Nope, that's real.
Oh my god.
That's real.
Truth is
Good for
stranger than
Rihanna.
fiction.
Good for her pussy out facing the world. But like, girl, I'm so sorry.
There we go.
May I contribute something that could possibly explain why there's like some parallels or like some patterns between like this over analyzing of fiction within fandom spaces to like the transvestigation
Yep.
tactics?
Yep.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. So I actually have my PowerPoint pulled up right on my screen.
Ah!
Krim, I
Send that
swear
to
to
me,
God,
please.
my PowerPoint is like 100 slides.
Okay.
Where
Well,
yes, where I have observed and documented like specific tactics and specific kind of languages used on like how people like operate in fandoms to foster toxicity against each
Can you please
other.
send that to me?
Yeah, sure. After this call, obviously.
Oh,
Just
of course.
yeah. Just I just want to warn for first that I don't have speaker notes on this currently. It is in the works. But I am working my little pause on it. I promise. Anywho, there are a couple of factors as to like how this common practice of over policing in fandom spaces and how they get really hateful to the climate where people will even decline joining online communities as fun as they may be. They will decline because again, like I'm pretty sure people out there or some people in the chat may have had sentiments of yeah, I would try Husband Hotel, but but the fandom,
yeah.
that yeah, that thing. And it really sucks cuz whenever I want to share my favorite shows with my friends, they just don't try it because of the fandom. Um but I do have some theories that I have written down on my Google Slides PowerPoint for it.
No.
So a
You
couple
give
of
yours, and then I have my big theory that I want to put forward as well. So you
okay,
go.
awesome. So my friends and I, when we like actually try to understand like where this hostility is coming from, how did we, in anglophone spaces, like how did we socially get to this point? There are a couple of factors. So the first factor, according to my Google slide right here, I just got to clean up some stuff. So the first factor is just the human brain. So the reason why you see a lot of the more angrier people in fandom, the reason why they're really young, they're likely somewhere in their 20s or they're even teenagers.
Hmm.
It's because their brain they rely on their frontal lobe. It is responsible for much of like planning, problem solving, motivation, judgment, and impulse control. um it doesn't fully develop until they're like 25 to 26. This
Ooh,
contributes a lot
hold on.
to
I got a super chat. Thank you, Adrian, for the super chat. When Arthur Conan Doyle is killed off Sherlock Holmes, a bunch of fans wrote into him demanding that Holmes come back alive, which Arthur did in fact write. Okay, well, that's cringe.
aw.
All right,
um
thank you for the chat. Okay, go ahead, keep going.
Oh, okay. And so because their frontal lobe is literally underdeveloped, a lot of these young people they are very prone to incomplete reasoning. It's a lot of black and white thinking.
Yep.
That's why similarly
Mhm.
we see that with Lily Orchard. It's a lot of
Ooh, okay.
yeah, it's a lot
No,
of
why must you invoke her name?
I'm just using her as an example. I'm not saying she's like exclusively like one to do this and push that onto other people. But there are just some people who are very prone to operating this. It's either my way or no way at all. Just because their brain is not pushing enough brain juice. The second factor that contributes to this hostility and why there is this over policing or this over analyzation is unfortunately the abstinence only like American sex ed that we still never fully recovered from even after 30
Yup.
years.
Yup.
Mhm.
The third factor is actually escaping like religious environments, but not entirely retiring from the black and white
Yup.
thinking. The fourth
Yep.
reason, surprisingly enough, I had to reach out to my older queer friends about this. Shout out to my friend Jason. He is super based. And he gave me a lot of insight into like, queer history in terms of like, social stuff. Anywho, the fourth reason is actually it's a lot of people like younger people in fandom spaces, like it's their first gatekeeping as babies, like first LGBT/queer culture lesson.
Mhm.
This kind of ties back to like how conservatives fund a lot of public schools, and how young people understand sex, queer identity, and and the whole nine yards. Unfortunately, a lot of academic spaces, especially like during or after Trump's presidency, the abstinence only education is coming back. But unfortunately, a lot of the organizations that fund these schools like this,
Mhm.
um, they are trying to bring back the abstinence only education, which despite it being proven as being harmful and not even evidence based, they are trying to bring this back. Um, the fifth reasoning, or the fifth factor of this overanalyzation, it's just the United States less focusing on critical thinking.
Yep.
Yeah. The sixth reasoning, surprisingly enough, it is a post 9/11 American Western or like Western European cultural shift. Yeah. Where a lot of these spaces they now started to bring up discussions, you know much of these discussions taking place in like offline spaces, but there seems to be this cultural shift where a lot of these places, particularly in the United States and Canada, they started to focus more on communal safety rather than personal freedom.
Yep.
Um, and um, Let me see the next reason for this PowerPoint. Oh, here we go. It's as I earlier mentioned, it was just like a young person's newfound sense of having a just cause or even a space to control.
Yep.
Um, the very last factor, simply just because of peer pressure. So despite like a few younger people participating in fandom, even if they were brought up in like a very open-minded environment at home or even at school, when they go onto online spaces and they start making friends, they start connecting with other people, they are also noticing this hostility, and even like the normalization of like violent language being normalized, and unfortunately young people, they really like to prioritize feeling safe. They really seek a lot of external validation when they're
Yep.
that young. And so and so they feel conflicted, but just solely out of peer pressure, they either participate in the toxicity, or they look away when online abuse is happening, solely just because they don't want to get backlashed. At least those are the few factors that my friend and I theorize on what contributes to fandoms fostering toxicity.
I have my own theory that is
Oh my god.
semi-related, but it's
And
something else. What were you gonna say something first, Raccoon?
oh, mainly just like I've brought up about the toxic mindsets brought on by respectability politics, but
Yes.
Yeah.
because that's the core, not a core part of that, but that is an influential part of the conversation and seems like your PowerPoint.
This one is I think a core part, in my opinion. So we live in a society under capitalism and consumerism. And
Right.
I don't think it can be understated how that factors into how our brains fucking work right now. Um, I think that a lot of us know that the world has gone to shit. And the thing is that a lot of us are powerless to do anything. So it kind of goes back into that control a little bit, but it's not quite control that I'm thinking of. It's I can't do anything that's politically or I guess what's the word I'm looking for? Tangibly relevant to change anything. But if I consume the right media in the right way, that makes me a good person. Therefore, there must be a wrong way to do it. And like I should be patted on the back and congratulated and said I'm a good person and welcome and like, oh, you're so queer and like woke and knowledgeable. You deserve all the accolades for being like a woke fan. But the person that's not doing that must therefore be bad. If they don't care, then they're doing something wrong. And specifically, if they like the wrong thing, but are happy liking the wrong thing, and they don't feel guilty liking the wrong thing, then they're evil. Because let's be real, like everybody likes some problematic thing. Like it doesn't have to be like super problematic, like to the point that I'm gonna put you on a list. But like everybody likes something that they have some guilt over.
Yeah, and that's perfectly
Mm.
okay. Some people just have like a very harmless itch for like for their gross curiosity.
But
Maybe they are exploring more nuanced ideas, and they're safely doing it through
Okay.
fiction.
like my point is that like
Can I bring up
if
one thing really quickly?
I was almost done, but
Oh, no,
after
you
that,
can
yeah.
finish. Sorry.
But like
Sorry.
if
Okay.
if this person is enjoying that without performing guilt in the way that I think they should, then like I'm gonna get mad at them because like that's basically throwing my whole idea of what makes me a good person up into question. Because if they still feel like a good person and they don't feel guilty for liking a thing that is in my brain evil and disgusting, then like does that really make me a good person for liking this thing? You know, it makes them feel very insecure. All right, go ahead, Raccoon.
The entire point of problematic as a term is that there are some things happening inside insert subject here that should be unpacked and expanded upon in order to make them make sense or to see if there is any validity to what is being stated here. So the idea that problematic has been turned into just inherently bad is,
Yeah.
ooh, that's media literacy.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, or
especially because like transformative works are very often unpacking that problematic thing, which is, you know, we understood the assignment. We're unpacking the thing that sucks. We're unpacking the problems. Like that's what we're supposed to do with problematic things.
Oh,
I'm gonna say somebody in my call-in chat says we're talking about transgressive fiction now. Has Been Hotel, for example, hitting. I'm hitting you with hammers a little bit because Has Been Hotel is not transgressive. It's using the aesthetic of transgressive. It's a fucking Disney story. It is so milk
yeah.
toast. That is not transgressive fiction. It's just wearing transgressive aesthetics like a freaking coat. But anyway,
one of my favorite things to bring up as an example of this is this. There's a book by Rainbow Rowell called Eleanor and Park.
yeah.
It is a young adult romance novel about a like teenage Korean boy and a teen white girl
Yeah.
who like part of the book is that like Eleanor does fetishize Park to an extent, And Park pushes against that in the story because the book is about examining racism in interracial relationships. But people stop at like, oh, she's fetishizing him. This book is inherently bad and evil.
Well, that's like saying that Lolita is bad for and evil for depicting an underage relationship.
Well, people do,
Right.
because nobody in this day and age reads Lolita unless you are like
Into
a literature
literature.
major.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I haven't read Lolita yet, but I'm personally not ready for it. I want to, but I'm just like emotionally not quite ready for it.
And I mean, like, Rainbow Rowell is a white woman, so she doesn't fully
Yeah.
understand the dynamics that are going on, but she is putting in an effort. And I do think that should be reflected in conversations about this book.
Yeah. I mean, like, maybe she's not unpacking it as much as she could be, but like, I think
Yeah.
wanting to unpack it doesn't make you a bad person, despite even if she is white. Anyway, I see we're kind of like I see we kind of brought up Has Been Hotel, and I'm getting some pushback for saying that it's not as transgressive as it pretends to be. Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss really want to be a work by Jonan Vasquez so badly. And it's just not. It has none of the teeth of a Jonan Vasquez work.
All bark and no bite.
Jonan Vasquez, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, most famously, his lightest work is Invader Zim, but it's very dark. It's very transgressive and offensive to the point that, like, that, I'm sorry, but that man had no business making a children's cartoon. Let's be fucking real. See if I can pull up. Maybe maybe I'm being a little bit stinky with that, but like, I guess I grew up in an era where like all of the indie cartoons were very, how do I put this?
Visually pushing envelopes, but not really doing anything to break status quos.
I mean, like, I would say that I grew up before it started doing that, but like, I grew up when like stuff that was being made was like, okay.
Oh, you're talking about like
actual offensive,
like 90s and early 2000s, not what was happening in the 2010s.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. It's like, that's when I grew up. That's like I was, and there's nothing ultimately wrong with Has Been Hotel being like that. It's just annoys me personally as somebody that grew up reading stuff in that aesthetic and being very interested in some of the most vile, offensive crap on the internet when I was a teenager. And then Has Been Hotel coming along and being extremely milquetoast by comparison. Like, like one of the main characters is a sex worker, but like ultimately he's a victim more than anything, for example. But
yeah, like sometimes Has Been Hotel feels like really underwhelming for what its aesthetic promises.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. That's kind of my take on that. And like, I don't watch it to hate on it. Like, I watched I've watched a lot of Hell of a Boss. I watched the pilots. I like listened to some of the songs on YouTube, and I was like, you know what? I don't think this is for me. I'm not going to get into a hatedom about it, but like, it is annoying when people's like, oh, it's so transgressive and it's so offensive and it's so subversive, and I'm like, not really. Like, and I found out what the end of the story, like, you can tell, like, well, it's like, oh, and it turns out that this whole system of heaven and hell is kind of bullshit anyway. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we've had like a few stories about that very specific phenomenon within the last 4 or 5 years even. That did it better in my opinion, but you know.
We could bring up the Nietzsche about all of that, but
anyway,
the stream is long enough.
yeah. So yeah, on that note, is there anything else that you guys have had a lot to say, and I don't want to like, if you have more, like please, I would love to hear it.
Perhaps I have, just because my PowerPoint is like sitting right in front of me, and I'm trying to make sure, okay, like which parts of my PowerPoint regarding like my retrospect on like fandoms, hostility, infighting, and the social politics that come with fandom, at least in the current age. I'm trying to I'm scrolling through them to try to see like how they can contribute to the topic of of when fandoms get really angry, very hateful, even enough to where some people will dedicate themselves and pick their online identity to be like, I just hate this thing and I consume it just to hate it. um Oh my goodness. Can we mildly discuss the discourse that was over the coffin of Andy and Lele?
Oh, I have a whole thing to talk about with that, but like, yeah, sure. The Coffin of Annie and Lele. Oh, hold on, I got a super chat. I hate the "if blank was written by Vivzy Pop" meme. Thinking the swearing and sex in Helliverse is over the top clocks his TikTok censor brain. Hard agree. Oh,
Same.
somebody's asking what does it mean transgressive? Transgressive is kind of the opposite of regressive. Like it's so like regressive is like like they're both kind of reactionary in a way. And like whereas like regressive is like reacting to the current culture by retreating back into like something safe. Um Transgressive is like, well, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm gonna make things worse just to bother you. Like it's like it's almost like the dark side of progressive, right?
Well,
Um,
it's pushing against status quos,
but like in a way
not
that like
always to the most effective
yeah.
ways.
Yeah, it's messy. Transgressive is really messy, but it's going, I would say that it tends to go in the opposite direction of regressive, where it's pushing an envelope into a new realm, whereas regressive wants to go backwards. If that makes sense. But it's always, yeah, absolutely not always effective. It's not always the right answer, but it, there's
It's
some
the whole blue hair with pronouns versus trad wives debate.
yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if I'd call blue hair with pronouns transgressive, but um
As it is seen by the general population.
yeah.
If you're aware of it at all, because all of this is extremely online nonsense to begin with.
Yeah. Like
Sorry, I was not trying
I
to
would
shut down the
say
conversation.
if I were to say something that's like being trans, you're right, being trans isn't a choice, it's mine. You're transgender now. I'm gonna rub tea gel on the railings in the subway to trans your gender and you don't have a choice. Like that's kind of a transgressive thing to say, where I'm being like deliberately offensive and saying something that people are afraid of to spark that reaction, but like in the opposite direction of a regressive statement, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, sorry, just wanted to answer the chat. All right, continue, Val. I'm sorry to interrupt your
Oh,
PowerPoint.
it's okay. Anywho, I have my PowerPoint open. I have my slide that dedicates to like fandom's failure of like media literacy and what particular um content of like media gets gets like the most backlash, or even offline spaces, it gets entirely censored. Um, one recent example that we have been seeing online was the case regarding the outcry against the video game The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Um, I understand fully that the United States has a very long way to try to improve like the attitude for intellectualism and the debate on like whether or not children should be held back for not like passing their grade, and and of course this can apply to like any like subject, whether it's like math, PE, or even like English for that matter. But because the United States has been pushing this anti-intellectualism, aspect to the social culture,
Hmm.
of course, a lot of students, at least from what I've understand, they even fail to understand symbolism, subtext, like allegory, and like anti-hero analogy, like all of these very classic English, like English, like reading like stuff, like like I feel like we all should be able
Basic
to
building
like,
blocks of English literature.
yeah, I feel like we, all of us should be able to like understand these things or even try to understand. But the backlash in terms of like online spaces, spaces, and the reaction to the media that was The Coffin of Andy and Lele, I noticed that a lot of people have a very surface level interpretation of that game. But their outcry is really disproportionately loud. Um, it
It's the
personally,
Lele. It's the incest game. You
yeah, like
know.
personally as a Korean, I was actually a little shocked when I saw people talking about this game on Twitter, and and they I'm gonna paraphrase, of course, but I got a lot of people talking about this game like, I'm okay with the fictional cannibalism, I'm okay with the fictional patricide and the murder, but I draw the line at incest. I'm like, that was not the whole point of this story. That was
They did well. It's
You can excuse
lampshaded.
murder.
It's lampshaded in the game where Ashley's like, okay, so you were okay with all of this, but but if we bone, that's where you draw the line. Like,
right. And I just didn't understand it. I'm like, please say psych right now. Like please tell me you're not completely serious when you tell me that it is perfectly permissible to commit murder against your own parents. Or even to permit this really unhealthy like relationship of codependency. Like everything else is fine except for that one particular ending. Like
yeah,
oh my goodness.
like I would
Um
argue that their relationship is actually more unhealthy in the other route.
right, and that was the whole point of the story. It was to provide a good conversation as to like how do we understand codependency, how do we navigate around that, right? To understand the human like crisis and the depravity in really desperate circumstances. That
Yeah.
was the whole point of the story behind The Coffin of Andy and Lele. But I get online and I see that the backlash was just over this one particular ending. And unfortunately, I've also seen people online celebrate um the creator of the game getting doxxed by Kiwi Farms.
I don't think it was Kiwi Farms.
Was it not Kiwi Farms?
I don't think
I
so.
know I know somewhere the creator got doxxed, but it was because
I think
they
it
thought
was.
the creator was like a trans woman. Not because of the stuff that they wrote in the game, but it was just because of, well again, going back to the whole transvestigation stuff. It was because they thought the person behind this game was a trans person. And I don't know, this normalization of like dehumanizing people in general over fiction, because media literacy, what is that? Is that an instrument? um, it's actually heartbreaking. And I don't know how or what we can do, to try to counter this, to try to at least mitigate, our response to this kind of backlash, because I don't doubt at all that this kind of hostility can understandably mess with people,
I mean,
especially people who are, much more predisposed to like sensitive, um how how do I say this? I know I have to be careful saying this, but like some people, they have circumstances in their life where they are much more sensitive or more likely, um, to internalize some awful things that are not very good for their mental health.
yeah.
And it's over fiction. Again, it's not because of what they said about marginalized people. It's not about what they said about like political policies within their area or for the country, mind you. They're getting this disproportionate backlash because of how they digest or consume this source text.
I would also say that like it's specifically about the coffin of Andy and Lele, is that like I don't even know if I would call the community that comes out in droves against it a hate dump, because like most of those people haven't even played the game. So like
Right.
how can you
They
really it's just it's like the Dungeons and Dragons satanic panic bullshit. It's like, well, clearly you've never actually played Dungeons and Dragons.
Right, like, they don't even engage with the media in question. They do not engage with it. They don't even, like, watch someone else play it for themselves. Like, they don't engage with the source media, and yet they come out online and insist to speak as if they do.
Yeah. And like I would say that like again, I've said this multiple times. I don't hide it. I like the Coffin of Andy and Lele. It is one of my it's probably my favorite game of 2024 so far. And like I it's fun. Like part of the enjoyment of it is unpacking all of that shit. Like that's what makes it interesting to think about, and you can unpack it in so many different ways. And one of my favorite ways to unpack it is like, well, regardless of what route you take, um, you know, Andrew and Ashley are going to sink into patricide, hunting down their parents, killing them, taking all their money and eating them, sacrificing their souls basically to a demon. Um, and like that's gonna happen regardless. And then like so far we don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but like the implication seems to be like they're gonna be hunting down people they used to know and killing them. That seems to be the implication of what's coming up in the next few chapters. um and regardless of what choices you make, that happens on either route. But in one, you have like this weird, violent, psychosexual sort of bullshit between Ashley and Andrew, and on the other, you have something that's honest and sort of gentle and a little bit more trusting and intimate with one another. I would say both routes, if I were to say anything about them, they're not exactly great. Like they're two serial killers that are going to, well, they're two blossoming serial killers, and cannibals, and like that's that's the fact, that's just the facts. Um, and the only thing that changes how they feel about their situation and about one another. And like that's how I like unpacking it, but you can unpack it in a lot of different ways. Um, but anyway. Did you want to say anything else, Raccoon? I feel like me and Val kind of jumped in there.
No, you're good. Not saying this to be mean because I love this for you. Happy you found something you enjoy. Do not care about Coffin of Andy and Lele.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just was
That's
talking
fair.
about it because Val mentioned it.
Yep, and that's fair, and that's go off, King.
I haven't known anything about most of the fandoms that were mentioned tonight, so I've just been like,
Except for Voltron, because
Voltron and Homestuck.
Well, to at least, to have everyone kind of jumping in together. There is another kind of like a subtopic regarding like fandoms and online spaces like this. Um Raccoon, I would also love to hear your insight or whatever you have at hand
oh,
regarding how younger people in fandom they will I don't know how much you've seen of fandoms um improperly using like sociopolitical language to
Mm,
try to target after certain pieces of canonical works.
I mean, frankly, that the entire internet does that. So,
what do you mean? Can you like give an example?
Yeah.
oh, a great example. Everybody like jumping to the conclusion that Amon was a communist.
Oh,
What?
or like the diamonds were fascists and stuff like that from Steven Universe. Is that what you mean? Or Nazis?
uh, is Val okay?
Yeah, I'm perfectly okay. The reason why I bring this up is because I see similarly with this but unfortunately I've been seeing online fandom spaces improperly misuse a lot of like medical and clinical terminology
Like
to try to attack fandoms or even fan works.
like narcissists?
Oh, like that,
Um
and then also like the BPD baddie has become a meme.
What?
After Raccoon shares
God.
their 2 cents, I can share mine.
Yes, that is a thing. It has become something of a meme among very online people about BPD, borderline personality disorder, being a desirable trait for
Ooh.
people who are not con- I don't want to say conventionally because that I've never liked that word, but socially considered attractive.
Mm.
I have
Uh,
BPD and
And also
I fully know what you're
like
talking about.
the oh, I'm gonna feel crazy saying this, but just like the internetification of delusions.
yeah. Somebody brought up Delulu as the term.
Is that it? Is that what all the kids be saying now?
Like just it's gotten so bad that just the idea of trying to put effort into doing something because you care about it and you want it to happen is considered delusional.
Yeah. Oh, or like, oh, it's the cute little term for it. Yeah, no, I hate it so much where it's like been fandomized almost because I feel like it started with like giving characters like headcanon characters as certain things like, oh, I headcanon this character as asexual and transgender and autistic and also they have psychosis and then because of that it ended up turning into like them being cute little aspects to assign to certain characters. That's what it looked like
They
Right.
to
have to
me.
be commodified for the wider neurotypical audiences.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, fandoms can be really taxing just to even observe.
Oh god, I'm not even talking about fandoms at this point. I'm just talking about the internet at large.
Yeah. No, same that too and how how people read certain characters or certain like events in a source text.
Yeah.
That people may or may not be at fault to do to read it on a surface level. And some of the consequential stuff that may come from it, especially I've seen some people kind of headcanon some characters to be autistic, but some of these people in turn, they end up like infantilizing these characters, even if like the character from the source text is like an adult.
Yeah.
Where
Absolutely.
where this infantilization is not really necessary.
Mhm.
Should you even like apply this kind of thing to like real people, you know, who are on the neurodivergent like spectrum to say.
Ooh,
You know,
Papyrus from Undertale. Absolutely.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. God, what was that
Jushimatsu from
one?
Osamatsu-san being an example. Like that is, you know, from what I understand with a movie, like Jushimatsu is a 30-year-old man. What 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 are you saying? Like we have to treat him like a
They're in their
baby?
30s. I thought they were in their 20s.
Oh, with the new movie coming out and some of the Japanese magazines that were released when the movie was coming out in theaters, it's suspected that the sextuplets are somewhere in like their late 20s or like early 30s. Yeah.
I got a super
Hmm.
chat. Adrian
Damn, okay.
Parchman says, any thoughts on coding and headcanoning characters? We went into that a little bit earlier, I think, but with the Homestuck stuff.
I
I don't think that it's I don't think that headcanons are like because we talked a little bit about how like fan fiction is not the same as like the canon works. You want to look at canon works for representation, but like if it's a fan fiction, if it's headcanons, and it doesn't really matter. But coding is like a whole other thing.
yeah. Because usually coding is like, we're trying to say something, but for X reason, we cannot be explicit about it.
Yeah, definitely.
But thank you, Sparrow, for bringing up Entrapta. Ooh, 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 ooh.
From Shira.
She's in her 30s. That's a grown woman.
Well, one thing that frustrates me is that Entrapta's young, she's a kid, and you're pairing her with an adult, and it's like, no, they're both adults. I found that was a
They're
problem with
both.
Voltron as well, where people are like, oh, Keith's definitely like 16, 17, and it's like, he was 19, he couldn't have been any younger than 19 at the beginning of the series. But, go off. And
Well, I mean,
I
until they
ended up
released that
being right.
handbook. Okay.
I was right. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
And then all of the people who immediately began to imploding because, oh, Lance is 17, Keith is 19, Rutro, is this pedophilia?
Well, and then
That
of
was so
course
stupid.
there's the time jump, and he ended up being like, because there was like a year after that, and then Keith was 20, and then he had the time jump, and then he was 22. So yeah, so people the clans had very much like, oh, how the tables have tabled on them, and it was really funny, but
Lancers, I'm not owned. I'm not owned, I say as I slowly dissolve into milk.
why milk? Why milk?
I don't remember
Yummers.
how that tree twilt goes.
Yeah.
Drill tweet. What did I say? Did I say tree twill?
Yeah, I didn't know what you were talking about.
I meant that one drill tweet.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? No, I know, I know what you're talking about now.
And this is why I have to be very careful with my word choice.
Anyway, Val, did you have anything else from your PowerPoint that you wanted to bring up?
Um before I do go into it, I first want to get clarification first. Are we still discussing like how fandoms like respond towards the source text, or are we still able to discuss how fandoms and people in it kind of interact with each other?
We could talk about whatever you want to.
Well, I mean, jumping onto that topic, there is certain situations where it's fandoms wholly rejecting the source text.
Like that June fucking Egbert card that I pulled up earlier.
Oh
But-
God.
That too, but I mean, and like I've brought this up before, but like movements online, especially amongst younger people on TikTok and shit, about being against reading actual comics and just surviving off of fanon.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes me insane. Anyway, Val, please. I will request you be kind to my EP little heart. It is almost 1 o'clock for me, so don't
Yeah, of course.
not too long, but go ahead.
Sure. So one thing that really terrifies me regarding like the socio-political movements that fandoms carry, since we did mention before, a lot of fandoms online identify somewhere on the left. Um they can be adjacently on the left, or they can be super on the left. Uh Regardless of where they place themselves in the on the political compass, it's very often to see much of us identifying as the left. But unfortunately, I've seen I've seen some people in online spaces get really nasty just because of how they hate how a particular fandom consumes the source media.
Yep.
That unfortunately I've seen a lot of misogyny, transphobia, and racism. Raccoon, if you're gonna check into my PowerPoint, the beginning of my PowerPoint, I do have like a giant like warning slide, like literally I have a whole slide in that PowerPoint being like, "Hey, trigger warning! Like this is gonna have like mentions of like homophobia, like xenophobia, online abuse and all that." And the slides that are the rest of the PowerPoint, it will have screenshots of people getting really nasty. So I'm just giving you a heads up.
Well, thank you. That is good to know. That's actually something that's been bouncing around in my mind. I wasn't sure if we wanted to bring up despite being very claiming leftist spaces, just how deeply colorist and racist and queerphobic they end up being a lot of the time.
Oh,
It's
it's
like
almost like I
they-
had a stream
That's
about that a couple
cool.
days ago or something. But anyway,
Crazy.
Yeah, it's like how, some of them try to focus on being so left that they end up becoming right.
I don't think that's a
It-
thing. I just think that people are.
No, it's not that. Hold on, because there's actually a great image. I don't have it saved, but essentially somebody tweet that was like, people are so concerned with not being wrong that they've forgotten how to be right about something.
Yes, that. And so unfortunately, at least personally for me, I see a lot of people in online spaces. They will spread a lot of misinformation, and they will try to dishonestly abuse a lot of clinical terminology into like what is like considered problematic or unproblematic. Of course, a lot of these definitions, they're very subjective.
Yep.
They're very subjective, and they are posted in online spaces as like at first glance they look like PSAs, but when you read the rest of it, it's so clear there is a
Ye-
lot of biased information in it.
Yep.
Um, and so unfortunately, it does scare me personally as a leftist, because I really care about mental health. I really care um about how we identify abuse, how we identify neglect, or even our own feelings, on things that may or may not be constructive towards our personal lives and how we interact with fandom spaces. But unfortunately, I've been seeing quite a few stuff on Twitter and TikTok where a lot of these people, they uh they have no training, or they're not in employment or education on psychiatry, but they go online and they insist, um oh, if you consume this media or whatever, it's not healthy. um I did see once briefly that someone did try to ask for, like, actual citations for this. Like, "Hey, like, do you have any citation, or like a online medical journal that explores more of this?" And unfortunately, but not surprisingly, a lot of these people, they fail to provide any citations. What I'm worried now, as for, like, our communities online, that a lot of people, usually they are well-meaning but very vulnerable.
Mhm.
They will I'm worried that they are now going to take these quote, like, "Hey, quick lesson PSA," wholesale, and internalize that. Even when some of, the wording on these pieces online, they objectively, they are not helpful. And if anything, some of them can be, like, bigoted. Raccoon, I know you mentioned briefly on, like, how fandoms kind of have this weird mixed bag of misogyny when they see, like, people enjoying toxic yaoi.
Yeah. I also
Yeah.
like.
Oh, actually, says like real world example using a real world music group. There is a recently debuted K-pop group known as Cat's Eye, who are currently getting a lot of flack because two of their like members are light-skinned black people.
Um. Ooh,
But it was like not even the fact that there's black people there. It's like, oh, of course they put light skins in there.
I've got a super
It's
chat.
psychotic.
I gotta. Well, thank you for the super chat page. Lots of fandom has reactionary logic while using leftist language.
Yes,
Um,
correct page.
that's
Yep.
something I also wanted to say. Is that they're actually doing it backwards, where they have that feeling of disgust and then they try to justify that disgust rather than like
Mhm.
analyzing how they feel. There's a word that I'm trying to think of the word, but there's a word that folks use over in the atheist community. I'm trying to remember what it is, but
It's
it's
not moralizing.
no, it's like when like young Earth creationists will um it's a form of cherry picking, I suppose, where like young Earth creationists will like have their conclusion and then go back and look at the evidence and pick out the evidence that suits their needs while ignoring all the rest.
That's just cherry picking and sharpshooter arguments.
Exactly. Yeah, there we
But
go. Did you have anything else to say there, Val? With your
Oh, oh man, I just, I swear I'm gonna wrap up. But I really hope that a lot of communities, practice, uh, practice a little more of a forgiving attitude towards intellectualism. Just because, unfortunately, in some states right now, we've already seen the consequences of like the lack of media literacy, and a lot of harmful policies provided by GOP lawmakers to censor a lot of stuff that are actually like harmless. You know, there's the book bannings going on
Mm-hmm.
in Florida, some other states, because unfortunately, a lot of conservatives they do try to exploit the rest of society who are, again, they are well-meaning, but they're vulnerable, and they don't understand the bigger nuance of topics of like more heavier difficult themes within fiction or nonfiction, what mind you.
Not even
um
difficult themes. They're mad at gay penguins.
yeah. They are angry at at gay penguins. They are mad at lesbians. They like you would think this conversation would have put an end to it, considering that there were already so many cases of this from the 70s, well, including the 50s, if you consider like the whole Frederick Wortham versus DC Comics case from the
Yep.
1950s.
Yep.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like you would think this kind of conversation would have, put an end to it. That as long as parents are notified, and they are informed of like what their loved ones are reading, fiction, darker fiction or whatever, would be okay, just as it's consumed responsibly. But now there is a threat, where simple harmless things, just as like being queer, um are being wiped out from neutral spaces, whether that may be online or even offline. There is nothing wrong with learning, picking up a book and improving your reading skills,
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just have to share a correction here. Uh, Wernham didn't ever actually bring anybody to court, but it did spark a like s- congressional investigation into the comic book industry, leading to the Comics Code Authority, which up until the 70s, like the late 70s and throughout the 80s,
Oh
was
yeah.
very inspired by the Hayes Code. So that's
Yeah, he pushed out his weird like pseudoscience book, like Seduction of the Innocent, where
that's the part that drives me crazy is just he doesn't even have anything against comic books. He just wanted people to be more aware of what was happening in comic books.
One of my favorite like little Easter eggs about that is that like Seduction of the Innocent is often used in DC Universe as a book decrying superheroes just in general.
what,
So
Yeah.
really?
yeah, that book makes cameos
Yeah.
all the time. It's so funny.
Slay.
And I mean, also, Frederick Wortham helped support Brown v. Board of Education, so let's not write him off completely.
All right, I got another super chat. Thank you again, Paige. Making it rain as usual. My state education superintendent has mandated the Bible be used in all lessons.
Huh?
All
That is
lessons.
unconstitutional.
That's insane.
That's a
That is
lawsuit. Hello?
unconstitutional.
Yes. What?
So,
Paige, please say psych right now. You're serious?
oh my gosh.
No. Oh my goodness.
I
No.
I think what it comes down to though, and I think I do want to get think I do want to get to wrapping up as much as I am enjoying this conversation. If you have any final thoughts, please share them. I know it's a big fat topic, but we have been streaming for 5.5 hours and it is after 1 o'clock for me, so let's wrap this one up. Val, do you have any final thoughts?
My final thoughts and what I want to, leave for the rest of the viewers at home. Um, I really hope everyone has confidence in their ability to think for themselves and decide what's best for themselves. Please do not let online fandom spaces or like what's hip to say, what's not hip to say, like please don't let that intimidate you into how you consume fiction or how you want to create your fan works, whether you do this online or offline.
Yeah.
Fiction is really
Yeah.
awesome. Storytelling is amazing. Personally, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to explore themes. Um, keep keep creating. That's super sexy, chat.
Yes,
is
always make art.
is there anything you wanted to say to wrap up, Raccoon?
I mean, Val took the words out of my mouth. So, like, again, either start paying rent or get out of my head.
I'm sorry, Raccoon.
I think we all can agree that like it's so much better to dedicate your life to something you love and something you care passionately about um than it is to do it to something you hate. I mean, like, maybe I'm being a bit of a hypocrite considering some of the videos that I've made, but I've also gone on the record saying that I'm making them for a very specific reason, and I try not to hyper focus on it too much. But like, ult- ultimately, like, hatedoms don't they're just unpleasant to be in, and they don't serve any materialistic. If I don't think I'm using that word, they're not.
They are inherently destructive.
Yeah, like you're not making a good space and you're like, well, I got to destroy this thing. It's like, well, all you're doing is you're hurting people because the people that are going to go on to like be shitheads about the media they consume are going to still do that. And you're just hurting people that are like trying to have genuine dialogues with other people because you're not necessarily destroying the thing that they like. You're just destroying, their desire to communicate with other people, and I think that's pretty fucking vile, honestly.
Yeah.
Me too.
We live in Iraq. Just if you like
We
cartoons,
live on
it's
a rock
okay.
hurtling through space at billions of miles an hour.
Exactly. We live on Iraq is something that I got from my a coworker from Ireland that was his little catchphrase, like the only thing that matters in this world is what you want to matter. And it's don't make hatred one of those things that matter that much to you. Um, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm
The
gonna
only inherent meaning to the world is what you give it.
exactly. All right, I'm gonna start wrapping up, so I'm gonna leave the call. Thank you both so much for joining me. Yeah.
Yep.
Of
I
course,
don't
this
know why
was
I've become Werner Herzog, but here we are.
yeah, like this was a really good, fun, like interesting conversation that like I don't see a lot of people in online spaces like openly discuss like without the reactionary sentiment.
Inflammatory.
This was awesome. This was constructive. Yeah.
Oh, well, hopefully more conversations like this.
Yep.
All right, bye-bye. I'm leaving the call now.
Joe,
Well,
just one really quick
ooh,
shout out to Mr. Joe. Sorry you were not able to join. I know you've been trying to join last few times, so fingers crossed.
yeah, sorry about that. All right. Ooh, I forgot to ask. Anything that you two want to plug?
Val, do you want to go first?
Any plugs? If you guys would be interested, because I did this because I discussed briefly about Transformers. I am a digital artist. You can find more of my stuff on Karamatsu King on Twitter. Um God, hold on. I haven't paid attention to my Tumblr for a hot minute because I know I'm supposed to be posting more stuff on there. Heh. You can also find me on at mandatory starfruit, mandatory-starfruit on tumblr.com for more of my works.
Nice. What about you, Raccoon?
Interesting. Well, I've got 2 plugs. First plug, it is a podcast called Camp Moonmere. If you are a fan of... Oh god, what's the term? Trying to remember. Live play tabletop role-playing games, horror comedy, and sometimes just devolving into nonsense because someone says something too funny. Listen to Camp Moonmere. It is a words are escaping me. Podcast about a Monster of the Week campaign that is entirely homebrewed, and they're just a lot of fun.
Is that something you like or something that you're a part
This
of?
is something I like.
Okay.
No, this is something I just like.
Fair enough.
But also, because it's me, gotta recommend a comic. If you can find a way to get your hands on it, read Love and Rockets.
Awesome.
That is just such... It's a very surreal story, but the surrealism is intentional.
Awesome.
Trying to describe it as one thing is so hard because it's a lot of things.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna hop off the call now. Alrighty. So Sundays are usually our big ol' game nights. So after the chat, we usually go in and we have a game night on my server. However, I know. Here's a quick announcement. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm having a birthday stream. So I'm inviting a couple of my friends. Some of them were on the call to have some birthday activities with me, and that will be a streamed event. So I believe I've invited I've invited a few people. I'm not sure if everybody will, kind of check in, but we're going to be playing games. You might be drawing, just hanging out and vibing. So, if you'd be interested in watching a bunch of people goof around for birthday shenanigans, please swing on by on my stream tomorrow and we're going to have a good time. And if you were sent an invitation, you should know by now. But yeah, I'd be really happy to see you guys all come. So we're going to be playing games tomorrow. And so that's why we're not playing games tonight. But I'm sure that I'll be hanging around in voice chat and there'll be other people in voice chat. If you want to swing by my server, the link is in the description. We can talk about stuff that happened today or just have more lighthearted discussions. I might not necessarily be talking and doing the hosting thing and entertaining people, but you can absolutely talk about anything that you might not have been able to bring up here with other people on the server, and that'll be a good time. But thank you so much for tuning in to this episode of the Inferno. I try to host it like once every 1 or 2 weeks. And it's always about like tackling a big thesis and then like bringing in some callers. It's gotten pretty popular for the size of my channel. It's gotten to the point where I can't get to everybody in one episode because those would be very long episodes. But I absolutely love this format and I will be bringing out, it will be going on in the future. So stay tuned if you're interested in content like this. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the video, and I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye bye.